Good morning. Today is Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. I'm Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board, and now I've called this meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those watching via live stream online and those in attendance with us in the room. We have 10 members seated at the board table. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left with Vice Chair Danny Zek on next to him. Our Board Attorney Mark Ferguson is on my right, and our ever diligent Board Secretary Deborah Bremer, minding the door, will be on our far right. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Let us rise, and please join us as we say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we actually do not have minutes to vote on and approve for November. Those are not quite ready for us, so we will. So I'm going to take this moment to announce, I guess you would say, that the search firm that the board hired, which is Hazard Young and Atia Associates, will be coming in next Tuesday. So we will have a special meeting next Tuesday, and at that time, all of our board minutes will be ready for approval, and we'll do so then. So next Tuesday at 10 a.m. is our special meeting, and our search firm will come in and meet with the board. So moving on is our agenda. And Michelle, I believe you have a request?
Yes, for the consent agenda item, just to have two items pulled for voting separately on, and that would be H and J, please.
Okay, noted. Sir?
Madam Chair, I would like to remove item J and postpone that until the January 26th meeting. I'm sorry, I said J. I was looking at I. It's the act to ratify the negotiated agreement. It's not ready for presentation to the board.
Okay. So I is completely not available for a vote. H and J will be removed for separate vote. Anything else on consent or the agenda itself before we have a motion? Okay, Betty? First, motion? I wanted to make sure.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. You want a verbal motion to approve
I
the
was just trying
ballots?
to make sure of what you were.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Second, Melanie? All in favor of agenda as amended? Where are we at? I'm sorry. 8, all opposed? Present not voting? 2, 802. Danny, did you?
Yeah, Madam Chair, one thing on these bond issues, this is for local people. I would like the local taxpayer to make sure that they're paying attention to what is going on with the buildings in their area. And hopefully your school district will be very open about the things that are going on. Because there is some things that have been built in bond issue, and they were already started and approved by the local boards before anybody knew about them. And I'm talking about the special bathrooms that they have, and they're putting them in the schools. And you need to know about that ahead of time, so you need to be paying attention to what's going on. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, on consent items H and J, take a motion. Betty, a second. Dennis, all in favor? Opposed? 9-1, pass. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, look at that. We now welcome Dr. Randy Watson, Commissioner of Education, for his monthly
Madam
report.
Chair, State Board, how is everyone doing today? Good morning, everyone. That's good to see you. Again, I don't know if it's as I get older. Melanie and I were talking about that with our own kids. You know, as a kid, you spend some time thinking, I just can't wait to be an adult. Then as an adult, you can't wait to be a kid again. But the problem is you never get to be a kid again. You know, there is that adult thing that's going to happen. But the month of November and December are extremely busy months. And some of that, of course, are the holidays in there, of course, that we spend with family and friends. And then a lot of travel in school districts. Later this week, I will be out at Fort Hays State. They're doing something new with their teacher graduates. So they'll be graduating in December, and we'll be honoring them. Also, got to spend the last couple weeks with something called Kinder's Can, which are early childhood people. And if you ever want to get a sense in your life of the work that you do, go spend your time with pre-K, special ed pre-K, kindergarten, or first grade teachers, because they don't think hardly at all about adult behavior. Their world is immersed in little kid behavior, and their questions are all around that, and it will give you a great perspective sometimes and make you feel that maybe, you know, we have to really focus on what's important. But I want to thank you for your service and certainly everything that you're doing for schools. I'm going to talk a little bit about, of course, the success of each student. We started this morning looking at what the state of Indiana is doing and some other states around kind of how they're trying to focus their whole systems. Just always intriguing, right, to see what other states are doing. And, of course, we're pretty blessed here to do this work and try to help each family and each student become successful. Here are your board goals. And over on the left, today, throughout the next 2 days, where there's a lot of focus on the quality school improvement. You're going to hear me talking about that in just a second. And you're going to get to vote on a policy realignment, and that cycle continues in earnest. So you're going to get a vote on an approval, and you're going to get a receive item. And that cycle will continue each month. And in some months, there may be multiple that you're going to look at as you're trying to streamline regulations as it relates to your control that will help school districts then do this complex work that they do. So within the quality school improvement, let me just break that out. As you know, 4 simple parts of that mean a whole lot. Structured literacy. And I'm going to read these because these are not new. These are things you approved in both the KISA. You approved them first in KISA, and then you approved them again as part of your goals. We will provide literacy instruction in pre-K-12 aligned to the science of reading and assure teachers and administrations are well-trained and knowledgeable in the elements and implementation of structured literacy. That is a simple statement, and it's very complex with all the moving parts that has to have happen. Let's just talk about one of those, the seal of literacy. Shane Carter briefed me this morning. We have over 8,700 now issued seals of literacy in Kansas. The vast majority of those are from letters, taking letters. But all of those options, of course, are open. But that's just one small part. Catherine will be talking to you about higher ed, right, and efforts there. Lori's going to be talking to you about the next steps of dyslexia later on today. So there's a lot of parts that we have to get that really, really nailed down, and your work is extremely important there. We will align lessons, that's at the teacher level, instruction and materials to Kansas standards and clearly identify what students must know and be able to do at each of those grade levels and each of those content areas. Important. Materials. Renee's going to talk to you tomorrow about high quality instructional materials, and they make a difference, and where we're at in Kansas, and where we can make inroads and help the school districts make good choices there. Balanced assessment system. She's also going to preview for you, how we can start to look at adjusting instruction at the teacher level with the standards embedded and how we can do that. We're not there yet. We're not even started, but we're going to start that process. And then, of course, it all comes down to, do we have a good quality teacher with good quality instructions? And that's always been true. Remind your constituents, because sometimes we find ourselves in a narrative that happens, and then the narrative shifts. So I'm going to give you this. Prior to right around the start of COVID, we started to experience a teacher shortage. The reason? Baby boomers, like Dr. New, I was going to point to myself, Dr. New, like yourself, decide to retire and move on. And the baby boomers, many of you are a baby boomer, know that that generation is so large population-wise that we're filling it back with fewer numbers. And we started to see that to happen. And so there was starting to be a teacher shortage, not just in western Kansas or rural Kansas, across the state. COVID accelerated that. And we had massive teacher shortages for the first time in elementary school, right? We never saw that. We saw math and science. But today, by your efforts in registered apprentice programs and TAP program of moving pairs into the classroom, by higher ed, bringing more students, traditional students into the programs, we don't have, from a pure number standpoint, we're back to where we were pre-COVID. Now, that does not mean that you can't go to a specific school district and there's a shortage. And what, Michelle, they'll probably tell you, yeah, we have all the positions filled. We didn't used to even have them filled. We were using substitutes. But boy, they're filled with young people who are in transition programs and other programs, and we need to give them support, more support. All true. So the truth is, we're now filling the positions, but the professional development is so important because we're moving people into the profession that have a little bit of not as much experience. This is true of the leadership also, and we've discussed that. So I want to focus again on structural literacy today, and it matters. We're going to do a little summer project I've told you about. Our friends at Wichita State are going to partner with us in that. And Dr. Friend is the dean. I call it the College of Education, Wichita State. She's been at Betty's house when many of us were there not too long ago, this past summer. And she said to me last week, Randy, the faculty at Wichita State is so excited to be partnering with K-12 and working together on how we can get literacy better in our state. That's again, rolling up our sleeves with our partners and getting this done. There'll be more to come about that, but we're starting to work now on the details of that, and we'll be working very small this summer, but we're really excited about that. Also, I sent this to you in the Friday notes. I don't like to have slides with a lot of words on them because that's like violation, Melanie, of PowerPoint 101, right? You don't put things, but I thought, no, I put this exact wording in your Friday notes, and I just thought I'm going to put it again, but I'm not going to read it to you because here's what's happening. As we start to wind down here at the end of January, all the ESSER and EANS funds have to be spent, have to acknowledge to us that they've spent that by the end of January. And so what we notified is all of our partners of the programs you have approved, are you going to think you have any money left over that you just don't think you can spend? We think that's going to be around $2 million, give or take some, right? We don't know exactly. And we're going to move that into additional letters training. So we're just taking whatever excess there is in other programming and moving that into your other priority. And we'll be able to tell you better in probably January and February for sure, because we will have hit that deadline, what that is. So no changes in your priorities, but want to again let you know what we're doing to enhance, and then those licenses can be used, as we go forward. So, two things around literacy, because literacy matters, and it's extremely important as we do that work. Also, I want to talk to you about one of the schools that you oversee, School for the Deaf. Michelle would call that her second home recently, right? I think she probably feels that way. I want to give thanks to Luann Barron, who's the current superintendent at Kansas School for the Deaf. She is assistant superintendent for that. She served 31 years, students that are deaf or hard of hearing. And she's decided, like Dr. New did, I'm tired and I'm going to take a break. And we wish her the very best in whatever she's going to do in retirement. But that then opens a void. And while it's a superintendent, like all of you serve, it's a special school that serves deaf and hard of hearing students. So it needs someone with those skill sets to do that. We advertise for that, and we collect the applications for that, and then we will bring you someone to hire. If we go the past as being any predictor of the future, last time we did this, I asked 2 state board members to serve on the interview team with me and help bring that recommendation back. And Michelle, as the liaison, I'd love for you to be a part of. We've talked about that. And I'd love for one of the other of you that wants to be a part of that to volunteer. Here's the caveat. You're going to have to be in person to be in those interview times, and that may be short notice because we're going to have to align with whoever the applicant pool, and you don't have to, but if you want to let me know today or tomorrow or next week or even going into next month, because this will be advertised for a couple months, so it'll be February before we start even thinking about interviewing. But if you're interested in that, please let me know or let the chair know or the vice chair know, and we'd be happy to have someone join Michelle as the liaison. And again, I want to thank Luann for her service, years of service to the Kansas School for the Deaf. And, you can go to the School for the Blind, School for the Deaf, and see all the former superintendents. And in the, 130 year, I'm trying to remember now, that's pretty close, right, Michelle? History, there have not been all that many superintendents of the schools. And during the previous time, we had gone down to 1 because of budget cuts during the Kathleen Sebelius administration and Governor Brownback administration. But the state board decided to split that back out. So again, congratulations to Lynn. I know that we'll see her again in the spring when we go visit, if not before, but wanted to point that out and say that's the process that we're going to be doing. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer about that. Look at this cool looking t-shirt. Dennis, I get these cool looking t-shirts when I go places, and then I have, when I go exercise or stuff, I can sport all the different schools in Kansas. This is a school you may not have ever heard about. It's the Branches Academy, and we're here. Debbie joined me, Betty joined me. It was an awesome day, and they presented me this t-shirt for my retirement. And the 2 young people you see there were interviewing me about my future. And then you notice this young man that's to my right. He was there to impersonate me as part of the Wax Museum. So it was a lot of fun. But in the serious note, you notice that they're wearing these beads, the gold beads. And what you can kind of see at the top, see the gold stars? Because we were there to celebrate their achievement for reaching the gold standard of standard for academic achievement. And only 2 school systems to do that in the entire state of Kansas. And they've done that 2 consecutive years. So we're very proud. Debbie, thank you. Betty, thank you for joining me that day. I know that that everyone there was so ecstatic to see you. And we had grandparents there and parents there. And Betty, please add comments.
Yes, I would love to. It really was a great surprise for Randy because our purpose was to celebrate the school. But when we arrived, the entire celebration was focused around him and what he has brought to the table. So lots of activities were done. The interview was so cute. And I can't remember. It was one was
Oprah
Oprah
Winfrey, and who was the gentleman? Oprah Winfrey was the young lady, and I can't remember. Tom Brokaw, I don't remember who.
Yeah, and
Jay Leno, maybe? I don't know. No, I don't remember. But
they took the opportunity to interview him, asking him, what the future holds, the accomplishments that he would love to be remembered, and of course the young man that impersonated him as the young Dr. Watson did a great job. In fact, there was some information that I wasn't aware of, such as his great love for Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
I know, anything peanut butter, I'm in for.
And it really was a pleasant surprise. It turned out, and of course, he was completely embarrassed.
We're thinking maybe Deborah and Michaela may have had some influence on that young man. I don't know where all this came from. So.
He hates to be celebrated, but that is just an indication of his humble spirit and his devotion to education, where he's always felt like it's not about him, but it's about the students. I think they did a great job. Debbie and I both, I'm sure, were happy to be there and see this and be a part of it. And to just further take that along, Dr. Watson, you did a great job in spite of being embarrassed. He was kind of cute up there. So,
again, though, I talked about the early childhood experience that I'm going to be in Hutchinson Thursday doing another one, early childhood. But we were with these young people in a school that's a small school on the western side of Wichita that a lot of people drive by every day on 21st Street, Zoo Boulevard, and probably never even notice it's off to the side, right? And they are doing remarkable things. And so it's just such a pleasure to be able to shine a light, bring media there, bring state board members there to say thank you, right? Say thank you to them and say the work that, and I said this, the work that people do is seen. It's seen outside of the walls of the school. And this was a great example of that. So thanks again and it's the holiday season I mentioned. And I see that Danny brought some gifts and some cards we're sharing. It's just a time, right, to be thankful. It's a time, to celebrate, I think, all the things that are good. And I hope that we get the opportunity the next couple of days to do that. And as you start the work for the search for the next commissioner next week in earnest, just take time to reflect, celebrate each other, as we do family and friends, and just spend this time in this season in reflection. So, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have over this or any other topic. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:24 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. And Board Attorney Ferguson will be helping with the timer. Any board questions will be for clarification only. Our first speaker today is Lori Kopp of KASB. And next will be Henry McClure.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposed guidance on ABA therapy being provided in schools by outside service providers. We appreciate your continued commitment to Kansas students. My name is Lori Cope. I am an attorney and the Assistant Executive Director of Legal Services at the Kansas Association of School Boards. You may have received a letter from us either late Friday or on Monday. First, we recognize the need for clear guidance to assist school districts in the implementation of state and federal law, including in the area of special education and supporting students with disabilities. Our concern is that this matter has come before the board without all the necessary information being provided, and that not all voices, specifically those in the field, have been heard. There is a need for clear processes and procedures that are currently in place to address this issue. It makes the guidance unnecessary and only adds confusion to a robust area of the law and practice. Kansas schools work with families every day to consider accommodation and services requests, including behavioral supports and therapeutic interventions. These collaborative processes are familiar, ongoing, and foundational to how districts support students with disabilities. They include several processes available to parents to challenge the decisions of IEP teams. It is important to emphasize that raising concerns about the draft guidance is not criticism of applied behavior analysis therapy or its potential benefits. There are students who ABA strategies may be determined necessary by the IEP or Section 504 team. Again, the issue is not whether it can be beneficial, it's ensuring that decisions remain grounded in the appropriate legal framework, rely on individual team determinations, and preserve the district's responsibility for providing a free, appropriate public education, along with balancing student safety, confidentiality, and instructional integrity. Our specific concerns are outlined in depth in the letter previously submitted to the board. They, in general, are in regards to the proposed guidance fails to address the role of IDEA and the IEP process. It's a misstatement and oversimplification of ADA and Section 504 standards. There's an erosion of local control over visitor access and in-school service providers. There are risks to student confidentiality, and there are also potential risks for districts when third-party providers operate on campus. These concerns are not addressed in the proposed guidance, leaving districts without any policy framework to navigate potential consequences of allowing for-profit third-party providers to operate inside school facilities. For all these reasons, KSB respectfully urges the board to postpone adoption of the guidance until these issues can be fully addressed. Thank you for your consideration and your continued commitment to Kansas students and families.
Thank you. Next is Henry McClure.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Henry McClure. Who do I represent? Let's say I represent the taxpayers. In Shawnee County, as running for county commissioner, I had 9,414 votes, so I represent them. And as running for mayor, 4,111 votes. And you'll find out the longer you know me that there's not much black and white. There's no gray area. It's either you're in or you're out. One thing that I found interesting about the commissioner's speech was about money and extra money. You don't have any. And somebody has to be in this room. That's all they're worried about is money. I mean, everything when I ran for public office was about sales tax or tax, property tax. I want to tell you a really brief history on the McClure name. My grandfather, Judge James A. McClure, joined the school board in 501 in 1925. He never believed in separate but equal. And I actually got to go to McClure School, named after him, first, second, and third grade. And I didn't know if that was his timer already. Time flies. 3 minutes is not a lot of time to tell your life story. But anyway, briefly, I got to be principal of the day the other day at McClure School. And when I looked at the school, you know, one of the most refreshing things was how the teachers love to be there. They love the principal and the assistant principal are calling kids by first name. It was beautiful. And that the best thing about the teachers that they wanted to be there. You could just feel it. But I looked around and I thought, man, these kids they look poor. And now my mom was a divorced single parent of a high-powered attorney. And anyway, I used to walk back and forth to McClure School. And what I want you guys to know is that I don't think we've changed one bit after Brown versus Board of Education with all the money that we spend on busing. But one of the notes that in my candidacies for office is transparency. And there's some issues that are coming up with some of the board members that we're going to make transparent with a media company that I own. I've used this is my 46th year in real estate, so I created my own media company to create my own hype, to make sales. But I think it's very important that this board have total transparency on all the actions of everybody that sits there. And that's going to be my quest over the next 65 years. Thank you.
Next is Sharon Knutson.
My name is Sharon Knutson. I'm a parent with a child at the Kansas School for the Deaf, and hi. My name is Sharon Knutson, and I'm a parent with a child at Kansas School for the Deaf, and I'm here to talk for a moment about the strength of Kansas School for the Deaf. Tomorrow you'll hear a bit of a committee report on the task force that met for the School for the Deaf. But I'd like to remind you that our strength at Kansas School for the Deaf is American Sign Language. At Kansas School for the Deaf, our children are given a language, not just a means of pointing at a card with symbols or some alphabet signs, but an actual language, a full and rich language where they can expand their own self-expression. We understand that the relationship between language and critical thinking is important. As a child develops their self-expression, their use of language, their brain organizes itself, and they gain critical thinking skills. All of the skills that we use to make executive decisions comes from our ability to process language. Our children need their language, American Sign Language. At Kansas School for the Deaf, only on campus do we have a community of fluent ASL students and adults where students can learn by watching adult-to-adult interaction and child-to-adult and child-to-child interactions. We even have extracurricular activities that would not be available to deaf children in any other location. We have extracurricular activities like a signing volleyball team, basketball team, even a football team. We have after-school activities like arts and crafts. We have a Bible club sponsored by the Deaf Liberty Baptist Church of Shawnee. We even have a signing scout troop. You won't get that if you scatter our children across the state and they're dependent on an interpreter for not only their instruction, but also their social interaction. So as we're choosing new administrators for our school, as our superintendent is stepping down, please remember to hire people who have an appreciation for in-person, direct ASL instruction for our children in Kansas School. We would like to keep our Kansas School for the Deaf a strong school for all of the deaf children who will come in Kansas, because we'll always have a small percent of children who are born a little bit different, and in this case, they're different and they need their own language, American Sign Language. Now, we started our school year needing reading resource teachers, and we're ending our school year with our superintendent retiring. Our secondary principal is stepping down and wants to go back to teaching instead of administrative work. And our English language arts teacher in the secondary school resigned, so we don't even have an English teacher, and we still don't have our 2 reading resource teachers. I think our method of filling open positions is currently not working very well. And I do like the idea that we have a committee that's going to be looking for a superintendent. As a parent, I'd like to suggest that Kylie Stewart, Dr. Kylie Stewart, served on the task force, also be considered to be a member of that committee to help fill our superintendent position, because the superintendent to come will also be filling all of the other open positions at our school. So thank you to each of you for being our Board of Education. I thank each one of you for taking such an interest in Kansas School for the Deaf this year, and for all the time that the 3 members who drove back and forth and spent every other Thursday evening chatting with parents and talking about the school spent with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is Debbie Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Debbie Potter, representing myself. So it's very, very sad. We had a special meeting, and it was one of my first meetings. I felt like we really yucked it up and had a lot of fun. We were laughing. It was a lot of fun. And just as I was leaving, I received this. And it said, Gates Shields, Debbie Potter, hand delivery, which I'm going to read the definition I got off of AI for intimidation. Legal intimidation is using threats or coercion, verbal, written, or physical, to force someone to act or refrain from acting, often distorting legal processes, creating fear. It's defined by intent to cause fear or compliance, not always physical harm, and can involve misusing legal authority or creating overwhelming legal pressure. I can tell you that I got this, and I was like, I asked, I was like, am I being served? I mean, that's what this looks like to me. I'm sorry, real estate, this is a thing, hand delivery. Not appropriate. It is not appropriate to be getting this packet. I asked 3 times. I asked, what is this? 3 times in 3 different ways, and I was told it was whatever I thought it was. So by that definition, my husband told me it was a job well done, and that's what he says it is. What I say it is it's an attempt at intimidation. And I can tell you right now, at least one board member here, and I'm supporting them, was afraid to pull something from the consent agenda because of the way that the board was treated last month. And so I am saying that whether it's not allowing abstention votes, whether it's trying to define preparedness as something required to be run by board leadership before you're allowed to bring up information, whether it's for 2 months being told how you were wrong for not voting for a 20K summer food program, or whether it's simply pulling a consent agenda item and having the vote pass, surprisingly, to delay it for a month. And within 5 days, I received this envelope. That, in my definition, and since I get to define it, is intimidation. And I don't believe this was intimidation of me, but intimidation of the board. And I just want to thank, and so much on a personal level, the people who have supported me so much, besides all my constituents, my family, my friends, Connie, Michelle, she's a rock, Dennis, Burl. You guys are rocks, and I hope that this board will not stand for this. Apparently, understand this does not intimidate me. Does not intimidate me in the least. I don't want you, the board, to be intimidated, because I do not think this is about me. I think this is about you, because you voted and supported me.
Thank you. The State Board Citizen Open Forum is closed at 10:39 a.m. We would like to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and ideas with us. Okay. Next on our agenda is Dr. Frank Harwood and his assistant Gabrielle Hull with our legislative priorities. Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm glad to see you all today. Sorry that I was not here with you last month when Gabby talked about did the receive part of the legislative priorities. So if I missed something, hopefully you'll remind me about that. And Madam Chair, we can kind of take this as you'd like to. So you received a motion list, which would be a duplicate of the motions that you, or the priorities that you talked about last year. In years past, we've kind of taken these one at a time and gone through that. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of them as we go through. But other than that, we can, if you remember, we started with the had the priorities into, I think, 4 different categories. The first one is academic supports and efforts. So I can pull them up on the screen as we discuss them, so it can go back and forth as we need to. So, Madam Chair, however you would like to proceed.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I do want to put out to the board, because of what noon looks like on our agenda, we have to really stay on time. So if we don't get through the first section, we will simply roll it into the afternoon, because we will have to stop on time per the agenda so we can get through the morning. So I am good with how you have things set up, Dr. Harwood.
So on this part, the academic support efforts, there were no changes to this from last year, and so you'll see that a lot of these are very similar. I will let you know that there's been a bill pre-filed about reducing the waiting time and the penalty for teachers coming back from capers. So that's got at least somebody interested in it this part. There have been bills back and forth about capers 2 and capers 3. I will tell you that's pretty expensive for the state, so it gets talked about and then doesn't go anywhere. And then the rest of them are all, like I said, have been pretty similar from year to year.
Right. Yes, Betty, you have a question?
Actually, I do, because of the way that the motions are written. Are we going to go through each?
That is what we did last year.
That's how we've done it in the past. Is, each motion. All right, so each priority is a separate motion.
Okay.
Yeah, keeps things really clear to make sure we don't have.
Okay.
So hopefully we can walk through it fairly quickly, but obviously have conversation where we need to, if there's any clarification needed or just understanding before the vote. So is there any, Connie, sorry, I almost missed your name on there. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question probably goes with all the academic efforts. Working with kids that are behind in reading, is there any way in those goals we have, or the priorities we have, to help these kids get jobs and succeed as citizens of the state of Kansas?
So I would say that your board goal on quality instruction improvement is the state board's responsibility in this. These are legislative priorities, so this is what you're asking the legislature to help with. And the state board's responsibility is already to do those things. So that's not, you don't need to ask the legislature for help in that area. The ones that are on here specifically about workforce experience, there have been several things that go on now when school districts are working with companies. The most recent one was a change in some the way that you can insure and who has to insure students when they're on the in the workforce. But when you start talking about reading and math improvement, the state board can make the rules for that without the legislature being involved. So that's why, to me, that they don't show up on legislative priorities. They would show up in board goals.
Great. Yes, Dr. Watson?
And Connie, we will inform this month the legislature of the work that you're doing around literacy and mathematics and those priorities. So that goes over in the annual report to the legislature before at the start of every session, so that they know.
Betty?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I will defer to Michelle first, because I was going to make the motion.
Okay. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, as far as like workforce, like training and things being done in school, it'd be nice if the flexibility were on the local districts to allow students to go out and actually get part-time jobs and be paid for the jobs, rather than it being like a certificate or getting credit for that. I think it'd be beneficial to have a child or student actually get a part-time job. So when you're talking about all these buildings that are going up, especially in my area, and I'm touring those, and I'm seeing all these things going on, and I'm seeing how much the taxpayers are paying for that training that's we're constantly paying for new training every year. If they were to have like a local coffee shop sits right next door to that, and you have a coffee shop inside of there, and the students are getting credit hours for that or a certificate for that, or they're learning. If they had a part-time job, they would be learning a lot more. In my opinion, they'd be learning a lot more. So I'm thinking of all the money we're spending on these buildings that has medical care in there. I think there's going to be a pet store in there. I mean, there's like not a pet store, but where they're grooming, and then you've got all these things going on in one building. It's a lot for the taxpayers to training. There's constant new training going on every year. It used to be that businesses paid for that. Mm-hmm. We're supposed to be focused on, in my opinion, education, academics, and we're moving more to workforce training and away from academics, in my opinion. So I'm a one of 10, and I always worry about more. We're moving away from into more training for the workforce rather than solid in your knowledge in academics, and then you would be able to apply those skills in math, science, English, everything to a job of any kind of job that's constantly going to be paying for new upgrades and new training and everything like that going forward. So my biggest thing is workforce experience before graduation. That'd be a part-time job. Focus on the academics and get a part-time job.
Okay, so the first part actually talks about internships, mentorships, so they are going out to the businesses in that realm. So I guess my question, Michelle, would be, do you want A and B separated for a vote? Because I think I do. Okay, because that's what I'm hearing from you is you see those differently.
Yes.
So I can appreciate that. So let's do a 1A, 1B vote. Okay. So Betty, if you wanted to go ahead and, wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Unless you had a comment, you were wanting to do the motion, though. I guess we can go ahead and do the motion and have discussion after. Go ahead. Well.
And actually, I do want to comment on particularly the advantage of internship, and it's not just paid. It gives students an opportunity to examine or work in a chosen career path, which I see separately from getting a job in whatever capacity. Getting that job is just to earn money for that student. Internship allows them to look at a certain career path to make a determination if that's something that they would like to do. So we have to make that distinction of what an internship actually does, what it's actually providing and serving. There are a lot of students that perhaps need that help, that focus of what direction do I want to go in life. So looking at it from that, it is an added advantage for kids to be able to experience and make that decision. Oftentimes you enter a career and then you change because you didn't really have that exposure of what it's really like. So let's be sure that we keep that distinction in mind. That's the only comment I had. Thank you.
Okay. Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You actually handled my question because I was wondering if Michelle was trying to discern between the two as well. So it was the exact same.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
So just to make sure that we're kind of clear on this, so the expansion of public-private partnerships actually would get to Michelle's question of if there were more public-private partnerships, districts may not need to provide facilities on their own if they have a partnership with a private entity where students can get those same experiences. There are mechanisms now where students can get work release or work study. Internships, there are paid internships and there are non-paid internships, and I understand having a part-time job teaches you skills beyond whatever that internship is. In a lot of cases with internships and mentorships, those are careers where the student would not be able to get a part-time job in high school because they don't have that. A lot of times what that is about is helping them gain experience in that field so that they have a better idea if they want to continue on in that field so they don't go to college for 3 years and figure out, gosh, I really don't want to be an accountant, or those are the kinds of things. So none of what we talked about is mutually exclusive to what this says. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go along with Michelle. And today, just like the schools, the taxpayers invested a lot of money in the CTE stuff. And some of these, I've been in the schools, and some of them are pretty fancy, but AI is going to change so they can't adjust fast enough, because the stuff they're teaching now, apprenticeship, might be gone tomorrow with robots.
And I'm just going to say, board, if we don't get some movement here, we're not
Okay,
gonna I'm just pointing out time. Dennis?
Thank you, Dr. Frank. This is a good discussion because there's so much going on in high schools with college credit hours being earned, and as I visit, I see kids really having hands-on experience, which is really great. I like that. I'm just wondering, in the public-private partnerships and stuff that could happen, do you foresee maybe the legislature asking for offering tax credit incentives and stuff for scholarship or something to help with the funding of it?
So the purpose of the legislative priority is that if there is legislation that comes up, so like the last one was about who is required to provide the insurance for the student when they're on a job site as a part of a school. So this would not be if they have a part-time job. This would be an internship or something that they're getting credit for. And so what this would do is that if business and industry or the legislature comes up with ideas that might enhance the ability for districts to do that, then the state board could be supportive of that legislation. If something happens where it would make that more difficult to do, then the state board could be opposed to that. And so at this point, there have been several things in the past that have gone on with that, but there's nothing currently that I could point to and say, this is a bill that you'd want to oppose or support. But again, this has been a perennial priority of the board to encourage the ability for students to get out of the school more often and get more experiences that may get to that. And there are some things we may bring up later on about, and one of the things is about funding related to time and time in class and how those things go on. So those are things that could come up as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think just kind of knowing what maybe is coming down the pike is going to be very helpful. Number 4, is the main focus there security? Is that, the funding would, because of security risks, or what is?
No, this is state assessment security.
Right.
Okay.
So this originally came on as a priority when the state board was required to offer a virtual assessment. And so because we're near the last on spending on state assessments, we have very limited, we don't have several different versions of the test. And so in the case that one version is compromised, we could be to the part where we don't have a test to give. So some of this is to be able to build a deeper question bank for security. The other part is that we get a lot of questions about, why can't we do all of these different things like standards and all those kinds of things with our state assessment? One is because we spend so little on it, they're just not as robust as it could be. So when we get those questions about what about adding these different things to the state assessment, again, remember that you get a lot of complaints about it's too long, we test too much, all those things, so you have to balance that. But it would be working with if we want the state assessments to do more, or we want to make sure that we don't run into a port where we have to recreate it because it's been compromised without a backup already. Additional funding for that would be important.
Okay, so the two kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
So, thank you, madam.
Yeah. Betty, did you still want to make your motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was actually discussing with Michelle because the thing is, A and B, I still saw coming together under one to see if she really had a problem if I made the motion to include both A and B.
Okay.
Okay, so I will move forward with
Okay.
both A and B. I move to, Madam Chair, I make the motion to move to include student opportunities to gain workforce experience before graduation, to include encouraging incentives to support school district expansion of public-private partnership with business and industry to allow for internship, mentorships, and other opportunities. Further, continued coordination and investment in career and technical education programs that are aligned with workforce needs in the 2026 legislative priorities. And if I may remind the board that one of the things we had focused on, Madam Chair, was that not all students were going to college, that we needed to be aware of those needs for students that wanted careers directly right after high school.
Okay. And I'm not sure why, but in your thing, you talk about not needing a second. Any
I believe you
reason?
need a second,
Okay.
so if that got written down, I believe you need a second for any motion.
I do too, so I was confused by that. Okay, do I have a second? Dennis, okay. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, moving on to number 2. This is about the retirement, reducing waiting time after retirement to return to teaching. What is that waiting time right now?
So if you're over 62 when you retire, I think it's 6 weeks.
60 days.
60 days. If you're under 62 when you retire, it's 6 months, 180 days.
Okay,
And then there's also a penalty that the district pays to employ somebody who is already under capers. Just so you're aware, there are other professions, public safety, where the same things don't apply. So there's already a list of professions or employment categories that are exceptions to that same rule. So in most cases, just adding teachers to that list.
Yeah, I did hear about, they added one last year, I think.
And again, part of this is that we have people that retire for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes they move to be closer to grandkids or all those kinds of things, and then they could go back to teaching. We have teachers that go back to being paras. You have situations where they want to be substitute teachers, but sometimes then if you're not employed through a third-party contractor or subs, then you run into this depending on, if you make more than $25,000, there's a couple of things in there with that, so.
Great, okay. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am prepared to make that motion, particularly given the shortage that we face of teachers in the classroom. I move to include reduced waiting time after retirement to return to teaching and reduce or eliminate the financial penalty in the 2026 legislative process.
Okay, second? Burrow? All in favor? 10-0 vote, thank you. Number 3, Capers 3 to Capers 2. And again, the
Yeah,
financial
just as
part
an
is
explainer,
interesting.
from Capers 3, move to a defined contribution type of benefit for retirement versus the defined benefit that Capers 1 and 2 had. You hear from districts quite a bit and teachers about that it is a much lower benefit than the defined benefit is. And so this has come up, well, I think it may have gone a year or two after they made the move to Capers 3 that they tried to bring things back. School districts look at it as a way to retain, especially if you are near a border. Missouri is a good example that has a much more robust teacher retirement program. And so when you're trying to recruit people across the line, one way or the other, that makes a big difference.
Okay, thank you. And I'll receive a motion if anybody wants to jump in. Betty?
Madam Chair, again, in the interest of the teaching profession and getting as many people as we can to be in the classroom, I am prepared to move to include the goal to move Kansas employees currently on KPERS 3 to KPERS 2 in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Okay, and a second. Melanie, all in favor? Okay, thank you. And number 4, Dr. Harwood already explained after Dennis's question, so if somebody would make a motion, please. Betty's going to be the motion lady. Go for it, Betty.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to include additional funding to expand and enhance the current state assessment program and to ensure adequate test security aligned with best practices in the 2026 legislative process. My priorities, I'm sorry.
Okay, and a second. Melanie, all in favor? You're an individual. What do we got? Everybody, if you're full on, please put your hands up so Deborah can count.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, opposed? 6 to 4, motion passes. Okay, next is our health and safety section. Hopefully we can get through some of this real quick.
And again, these are actually, I think, identical to what we've had last year. The school bus stop arm has been something that the state board talked a lot about last year before the session started. There was a bill that didn't get any movement last year. The human trafficking thing is actually was an initiative by the former Attorney General. I don't know of anything that's going on with it at the moment. The ongoing recommendations of School Mental Health Advisory Council, this one is on there, I learned last year, because there's a lot of legislation that comes up about what schools should be doing with mental health and those kinds of things. You have a mental health advisory council. So basically what it's saying is that if somebody has a good idea, let's take it there first before we try to make it into a law. And so that's kind of there just because these things come up often. Sometimes we don't know where they come from. But let's look at doing it through the School Mental Health Advisory Council instead of maybe the state board would take it on versus let's just make a law about it. And then the Farm to Plate initiative we talked about quite a bit. Again, the state board through USDA funds is doing quite a bit with Farm to Plate. There are several different agencies that are looking at doing more in Kansas with local funds. And they probably can't do this work without KSDE's help in managing it. If we do help with something that's state funded, we can't use people that are funded with federal dollars. So we would need some funding so that we could put them into an SGF. I think almost everybody in food and child nutrition is federally funded. So we would need to do that so that we could make some help. So it just says, if you want to do something and you want us to help, we're going to need this part in order to be a good partner. We want to be good partners, but we are limited. We can't spend federal dollars on state initiatives.
Right. And board, so you know, I think there's just a mistake on the motion sheet. Number 4, we had taken off for the school safe and secure grant program conducting a study. I think that just accidentally didn't get removed, so it's actually not a part of this year's ongoing priorities because of all the changes that were made there last year. Debbie, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did look through this, and I didn't think I was prepared quite enough in my mind to ask, but now I will because I got to stop and talk to a bus lady today. So the motion to include the legislative recommendation of the School Bus Stop Arm Violation Committee, can you just give me a quick overview of what those recommendations are?
So the recommendation, and actually I will say the bill that's come and gone several times, sets up a system where if there are stop arm cameras on the bus and it catches somebody running the stop arm, that video can be reviewed by Highway Patrol, and then there can be a civil penalty assessed on the driver of the car. And so basically what it does, it's already illegal to do, but the current law, the highway patrolman or the law enforcement officer has to witness it. This allows for the stop arm camera to do that, and then instead of it being a criminal or a traffic violation as a criminal offense, it would be a civil offense. And there would be, and then the legislature could decide what the fine for that is, but it's been in the bill that way.
So one of the things that because it's been a long time since I drove the bus, so I was leaving early and they were warming up the bus, so I stopped and talked to the gal there, and she reminded me because I was like, I wanted to make sure I understood. When we stop the bus, we push the button, the yellow lights are flashing. Okay, well. Was my habit, it was hers as well, is you just kind of open the door. You're not opening the door, you're just pulling that because that automatically puts the sign out. It takes, one potato, two potato for that sign to get out. And my concern is with the cameras and is that if that sign is in the process of going out and there's a car that's right here, they may continue going through. And I guess I'm a little bit more lenient because I just tell my kids, you're waiting until I see, as is our regulation, that everything is stopped. So I only had one time ever experienced somebody running my stop sign. And so it just wasn't that common for me. And I'm out in the country.
So it would depend on how the legislation is written. The cameras are set up to catch where the stop arm is and whether it's actually deployed. Because if it's not deployed, then maybe they wanted it to be. So, I'm assuming that would be the case there. Now, we participate in the national stop arm safety count, and every year there are thousands of instances of people running, not stopping at the stop arm. So, but there are rules for how you put it out and when you put it out. So it's
right.
all in there.
I did look at those numbers and I thought they were highly subjective. And so, and that's one of the things I talked to the gal about this morning is,
Okay, Betty? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Watson was going to.
Debbie, the report that we get each April comes from the bus drivers themselves on that count date. You also, and I apologize because I forget when the timing was, but you had parents who came to you who had lost, and there had been a tragedy in Abilene, I think 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now.
I was at that meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the one thing that I really want to emphasize is student safety. That's what it's all about. If we don't have teeth to that, and the probability that you're going to have a police officer there every time that goes out is pretty remote. I would be more concerned about student safety. The fact that a child could be hit by a car that is in a hurry or ignoring it, that bothers me. And if we actually have some teeth, then perhaps more people would pay attention that when that arm is out, you stop. That's what I'm more concerned about. And that was my comment, and when you finish, I will be prepared to make that motion. Thank you.
You can go ahead and make the motion. We can finish discussion after the motion. Go ahead.
Sorry, I lost my... I move to include the legislative recommendation of the School Bus Stop Arm Violation Committee in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Do I have a second? Burrow? More discussion? Jim?
My microphone isn't working. I was on this committee. I do trust the report. Not only are there 1,000 in that one day, there are always several of them that are actually passing on the right. This is a safety issue, and I strongly support it. because it is happening. And those of us that have, I've also driven school buses, and it's a matter in some cases of life and death that we need to make. And the purpose was not to punish people. The purpose was to actually, the goal was to make it so obnoxious that everybody wouldn't do it. So you never, the goal is never to have to collect the fine because everybody stops.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to make a comment. I was following a school bus on a 2-lane road, and she put on her lights, and she pulled diagonally across the road to let that student out. Can they do that? I mean, I thought it was pretty clever because the kid was going to have to cross the other lane, and I didn't know. I was just kind of impressed.
I would be reluctant to advise a school bus driver to cross the center lane.
Okay, we're going to have to move on. I understand, but
I just wanted to follow up since I had comments on my comment.
we're not, we really have to keep moving. This is just about a legislative priority, so let's keep moving. Hopefully we can squeeze one more in maybe if we hurry. Okay, we have the first and the second. All in favor? Okay, 10-0. Thank you. Let's see if we can put in one more. Number 2, reduce human trafficking. To me, that's just, we just throw it out there because obviously we are behind any efforts, hopefully, that the state would do to look into that further. Go ahead, Betty.
I move to include the efforts to reduce human trafficking in Kansas in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Okay, and Dennis seconds it. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, we're going to 10-0, that's passed, so we're going to stop here. Go ahead and take our 10-minute break and come back for the medical applied behavioral analysis. We will see you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started on our next agenda item. We have with us our special guest, Linda Heitzman. Heitzman, sorry, that was probably an I and not an L on that sheet. She is from the Center for Autism Research and Training at Kansas University. I'm going to talk to us about the applied behavioral analysis therapy in school settings. Yep. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you, thanks for having me. Well, I like to talk, so they put me on a short leash. I have things to say, so I'm just going to read. Chair Hopkins and members of the State Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Linda Heitzman-Powell. I'm the Director of Community Research and Training at the University of Kansas Medical Center with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training. I hold an appointment in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Kansas Medical Center. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Kansas, excuse me, and also a board-certified behavior analyst at the doctorate level. So right now there's probably, 100,000 behavior analysts, and my license is 0627. So I was the 627th behavior analyst, and in Kansas, my license number is 001. Sorry, I know I went off script. Today I'm here to provide testimony on my own behalf and not as an expert in the field and as somebody with more than a quarter of a century experience in working with kids with autism and providing behavioral interventions using the science of behavior analysis, and not on behalf of the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, the University of Kansas system, or any other entities. So I'm here to provide information and technical assistance to the board and answer three important questions. Question number one, what is ABA or applied behavior analysis? So to be clear, behavior analysis is a science, right? Thus, applied behavior analysis is the application of that science to provide medically necessary treatment to address the core characteristics of autism by analyzing the environment to see what we can modify to change behaviors, thereby facilitating growth and accommodating that person's disability. At its core, ABA is an evidence-based medically necessary service that supports the concept that behaviors are learned through interactions with the environment, and that we can use this understanding to teach new skills and reduce challenging behaviors, creating environments where individuals can meaningfully participate in activities that matter to them and their families. So think of it like being a detective who figures out why someone does what they do, then uses that information to help them learn better ways of doing it, right? Question number two, why must access to ABA be allowed in schools, and why you cannot simply provide ABA services outside of schools? The first is, why must access to ABA be allowed in schools? I would refer you to one of the attachments, the document in there that is from CASP. CASP stands for the Council of Autism Service Providers, and that is their ABA practice guidelines, which are the generally accepted national standards of care for delivery of ABA services for autism. In those standards, CASP makes clear excuse me, that you must not restrict ABA or prevent it from being provided in certain settings like schools, and ABA should instead be delivered in the settings that maximize treatment outcomes for the individual patient, because we are talking about medically necessary treatment. It may be medically necessary for a patient to receive services in a particular location for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to generalization needs, the impact of interactions in the environment on skill building or behavioral targets in the treatment program, or access to the required intensity of services for the patient, which sometimes the recommendation is 25 to 40 hours a week, right? Because autism is a neurological condition, and we're talking about implementing strategies that help reteach ways of interacting in the environment. For example, treatment in various community settings such as daycare, school, or a recreational activity may be medically necessary to promote social emotional reciprocity, which is a core feature of autism, nonverbal communicative behaviors, and the development and maintenance of relationships. I always say when your 4 requires access to child's access to care in a school setting. You would put up guidelines for accessing that care. For children with ASD, ABA therapy is considered a medically necessary service. Secondly, why you cannot simply provide ABA services outside of school hours. ABA is not enrichment or optional therapy. It is medically necessary support that allows that child to acquire the skills they need to participate and learn in all environments. One of the core features of autism is to display restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior. Excuse me. This limits their ability to perform skills in a setting in which those skills have not been taught or practiced, right? Because they're restricted. That is why it is critical to provide this medically necessary treatment across all of the child's regular environments, including, but not limited to, school. A second and equally important concern is the challenges children display regarding social communication and socialization. By limiting access to medically necessary treatment in schools, this limits their ability to be around their friends and peers or being able to practice those critical social behaviors in the appropriate environment, including schools. So removing supports like ABA during the school day may result in the display of undesirable behaviors, which removes a critical medically necessary support and a support that may be required by ADA. Limiting access to medically necessary treatment just because a child is in an educational setting is counterintuitive to our understanding of comprehensive medical intervention. ABA cannot be limited to after-school hours because many student needs occur only during school hours and school activities. Without in-school ABA, students lose access to a variety of learning opportunities and cannot generalize these skills. Federal ADA law also requires supports that ensure equal access during the school day. Question 3, I'm almost done. What can the School Board of Education do to help students with autism have access to the supports they need to succeed? Provide guidance to schools, as several other states have done, such as South Carolina, regarding the obligation for schools to provide reasonable accommodations under ADA in Section 504 so that students can have access to ABA services during the school day. The school day takes up a significant portion of that student's day. The actual school day is often around 6.5 hours in Kansas. When you consider the amount of time students spend getting ready for and transportation to and from school, which I can tell you sometimes intervention takes place on the bus, right? Then it's not unreasonable to estimate that many students spend approximately 8 to 9 hours prepping for, transporting to and from, or at school. However, guidance is only the first step. Enact an enforceable policy either by rule or regulation passed by the School Board of Education or a law passed by the Kansas legislature to ensure access to ABA in Kansas schools. Non-binding guidance, as detailed above, is only a first step regarding this issue. That is because even with non-binding guidance, there is no guarantee that schools will actually ensure access to ABA therapy. According to my conversation with others in the disability stakeholder community, the issue of seclusion and restraint in schools illustrates why non-binding guidance is not enough to ensure a problem like this is addressed. In the example of seclusion and restraint in schools, a prior state board of education only passed non-binding guidance and did not pass rules and regulations. As the board is no doubt well aware, when the prior board of education chose not to pass enforceable rules and regs, this choice led to significant problem for students. As State Board of Education member Connie O'Brien surely can tell you, the Kansas legislature had to respond and pass a law to address this problem. My understanding is that Mrs. O'Brien was previously the chair of the House committee that passed the bill, which became law, creating protections and standards for the use of seclusion and restraint in schools. Now, off script just a little bit, it's not yellow. They say a picture paints 1,000 words. It's one of the last items in your testimony. nothing can express this more than seeing the outcomes for a young person that benefit by the collaboration of the home and community-based treatment team, the family, and the school, as we all worked to support this individual and family across multiple environments. So this young man, I started working with him when he was like 4. We used to call him the little Rottweiler because he would growl, gnash his teeth, and lunge at you like he was trying to bite you. And he was hyperlexic, and he was an eloper, and his school was at odds. So the school called me in, and we worked together. And we were able to provide written rules for this young man in his context. He was able to be successful with continued collaboration with ABA in the schools. He graduated, and here's a picture of him getting his Kansas driver's license. So in closing, I appreciate the opportunity to present information to you today and encourage you to explore ways to be able to help all Kansas children benefit from the positive impact of medically necessary treatment for children and youth impacted by ASD in all relevant environments. Respectfully submitted, me. All right.
Thank you. I know we're going to have lots of questions, and I'm going to remind the board we have a hard stop at noon. And what we're trying to do is get some information to understand the therapy a little bit. But we need a presentation by Scott Gordon and Brian Dempsey as well in this time frame. I do want to have something clarified, though, because it is not my understanding that there were laws passed with ESI, but that we have regulations within. So I'm going to ask somebody to, because that did not ring true to me. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah, the law, the legislature established a task force.
Right.
And the task force made recommendations both to the State Board of Education and to the legislature. However, we wrote the recommendations so that the State Board of Education regulations mirrored the statute.
Okay.
And so, yes, the statute was adopted. As a matter of fact, it was adopted unanimously in the House and with one vote, no vote in the Senate.
Okay.
But it sunsetted.
Okay.
And the reason it sunsetted is the legislature sunsetted is because they expected us to continue the process, which we have done.
Okay. I just needed a little clarification on that part. So thank you. Is that everybody on the same page now? Because that was bouncing around for me. So if I can ask you, board, to please, let's finish the presentation. If you will please be present, I'm sure, for the rest of this. So if we have questions for you. Okay. Thank you. But I want to finish the presentation before we move on, so we make sure that part is done. So we don't hit up the time frame, okay? So if you wouldn't mind, we're going to let them do their part, and then we'll probably bring you back for some questions.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So hold on to your thoughts, board. Don't let go. Mr. Dempsey.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner. My name is Brian Dempsey. I'm an Assistant Director on the Special Education and Title Services team. And this will be pretty short, so I think we'll have time for questions. I know that everybody wants to ask their questions. I thought I'd do a little primer on how we got here today and what you have in your packet as far as a proposed letter for your consideration. So this started back in October. In fact, I was at a dispute resolution conference and this topic came up. And a letter from South Carolina that looks like the letter you have was circulated there. So that was part of that conversation. And I know that parents have been reaching out to the board as well with concerns about declarations that just no ABA therapist could come into the building. And that's the concern. That's kind of what drove South Carolina. So we met with the Disability Rights Center to discuss this, and they also had the South Carolina letter. So the ask was, hey, can we draft something based off of this? So we took that, and then last month, the parent came here and talked about a school district as well. So we drafted that, and then we met with the Disability Rights Center again to review the draft. We changed it a little bit from what South Carolina had, but substantively it's pretty close. And they were okay with it, and that's what you have before you today. So it's not a complete analysis of all the laws. It's really an advisory note to districts of responsibilities under the ADA, as Linda pointed out, under the ADA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of consideration of requests on a case-by-case basis. It's not that ABA has to come in, it's you have to consider it if a parent's requesting it, and it describes kind of the processes through there. So Title II of ADA is a separate process to the district, but the 504 talks about those two paragraphs where if you have a student who maybe doesn't have a 504 plan, do you need to get a group of people together to do an evaluation to see if they're eligible and then consider this? Or if they do have a plan, do you need to get that same group of people together to consider the request? I also wanted to point out under any of the federal laws that we're talking about, parents do have venues available for remedies if they disagree with any district decision. So that's the nut of why you have this in front of you addressing those two federal laws. There's probably more questions than you want me talking.
And Scott, were you just available for questions, or were you wanting to speak into this, Mr. Wood?
I'll wait till there's a question.
Okay.
He's
So,
summarized, sorry. I apologize. I forgot that this is recorded. No, don't go away. No, he's summarized the position of the agency fairly well, I think.
okay. So that
And if
making
there's,
sure.
sorry, and if I may, Madam Chair, there's already been a comparison to ESI that's come up. I've got an explanation for that, but I'll wait and see if there's any questions about the difference between the two. Or do you just want me to say it?
Go ahead.
All right. Here's the difference. You're going to hear this a lot. It's like, well, you did this with ESI, so why don't you do this with ADA therapy? Or ABA therapy, I apologize. There was no federal or state law that restricted the use of ESI until the legislature, and actually prior to that, the state board was in the process. The board was going to adopt the regulations, then the legislatures took our language, made it a statute, and then we had to mirror the statute. And now those regulations are still in place. So there was no law, there was no remedy, had to be created. That's not the case when it comes to this therapy. If parents feel that their rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act or the IDEA are being violated, they can file suit, they can file a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights. There are remedies available to the parents from the federal government that enforces federal law. Big difference.
Yeah.
But, and Brian will help answer any other questions you all may have.
So we're looking at reiterating for this particular therapy what the federal law already says. That's my understanding.
It's just pointing out, by the way, schools, when you're making this determination, there are other laws you may want to consider that you may not have thought of. It is not intended to be a full, thorough legal analysis.
Right.
It's not. And it's not meant to be a requirement of thou shalt allow anyone in the building you want. The letters are not written that way. I will tell you that I've spoke with attorneys from Colorado and the individuals that wrote the letters or helped draft the letters in South Carolina. That wasn't their intent on their letters either.
Okay.
So that's.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Watson.
So I'm going to try to put this perspective for you. I'll use my own son who's on the autism spectrum and autistic. He could be identified under IDEA, and he was, as autistic. Then it becomes, what is the course of learning outcomes and what's the course of therapy? But there are three buckets I want you that a parent will consider as it relates to the learning process and therapy for behavior or other conditions. It may come under IDEA or it may not. But if it does, if that IEP team determines that's appropriate, then our agency would oversee if there's a conflict dispute over those services. If that student, if ABA therapy in this case, is not part of the IEP plan, there's still legal remedies under two other areas, ADA and Section 504. And a student may have qualifications in all three, or they may have qualifications in none of the three, or they may have qualifications in one of the three or two of the three. all based upon analysis done at the school environment with parents and health providers. So what Brian and Scott have articulated to you is IDA is clearly set out in statute if that and what the dispute is. School districts are less likely to know, or because they don't execute it as often, the ADA, other than physical requirements. I mentioned that as superintendent. If people brought me ADA complaints, they generally were, I'm in a wheelchair and I can't get to the second floor in your building. So it was a physical barrier. But there are other ADA compliance issues. And 504 is a section of the law that school districts use often, but could be appropriate for ABA therapy. What the guidance letter that Scott and Brian have put forward to you simply says school districts review the law, parents review the remedies of the law, work together, and then determine whether or not any of those areas apply to the case that's being brought to you.
The individual.
I hope that's helpful, because it can be really confusing when you start to go down the road of getting into any specific case or legal or therapy, and just know that the federal government under ADA and 504 and IDA said there are remedies directly from the family. You don't have to go you can go directly and file a complaint. On IDA, they gave that authority to the state to oversee and gave money for Brian and his team to oversee that. In ADA and 504, you go directly to the Office of Civil Rights. So there are remedies today based upon if there's a dispute at the local level relative to anything that might occur. I just hope that helps, because I know you're thinking, boy, I've got a lot of information coming at me from both parents and school districts. I'm trying to sort all of this out.
Okay, so in the 14 minutes remaining, Betty, I know we're really up against a hard stop.
And it's unfortunate when we're covering something like this that we don't have the time to ask all of the questions.
But we'll be back next month. I mean, because this is a receive item, so we will have another agenda item.
Okay, but when they come back next month, is that voting on action? I mean, I think the thing that I would like in this matter, I know typically it's a receive item. The following month we vote. Given time is a factor.
Yeah, I apologize.
I would love to see this brought back where the board is afforded the opportunity to ask as many questions, because it is very confusing. And I've heard from parents. I have taken the opportunity to visit with districts. There's a lot going on. And I don't like being put in a position where next month we now have to vote on something.
No.
And my questions aren't really answered. So I will ask, is it possible that we could have this
it is possible
without putting it up for a vote?
And as a
I would
board, we
second
need
that.
and as the board, we need to consider what we do want to do. Do we want to bring this back later today, tomorrow, so we can have discussion? Because we really have to sit in the place of what is legal. We are trying to simply talk about the laws that are in place, and any guidance we would give would be wrapped into the law. So we have to be careful about the weeds we get into, because this is really, there is law. We know that there are laws in place, and we do not want to do anything to add to, take away from those laws.
And that really wasn't my point when I say more discussion. It's more trying to understand, not saying how do we go around or under. It's just
what I'm saying is, okay.
I'd love to bring it back later. Is what I'm saying.
So we're going to have to really consider that. Melanie? And I apologize. This kind of got more than we realized when it got put on the agenda. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to be brief. I think that what's at issue here is, will this board issue guidance on top of the existing laws? And if so, will it be the guidance that's in the letter? So obviously, we've all gotten a lot of emails. I wanted to ask first a question of our first presenter, and then kind of circle back to what I feel like I've digested from all of that feedback that I've gotten as a board member. So if I may ask that question real quick. Dr. Heitzman Powell. Still going to mess it. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you briefly so that we can really have an understanding of what ABA therapy looks like in the classroom. Could you give us an example of a skill that would be taught with ABA and maybe what that interaction would look like and how that differs from, say, expecting a teacher to do that?
Yeah, so one of the things that we know about our kids is that they are often resistant to environmental influences. They also become really good at responding to an adult, but not so much their kids. So let's say they're in a small group reading, like reading mastery, where it's an academic task, and they're supposed to be doing choral responding. And our kids don't understand how to do choral responding, and so the ABA therapist could be available to help support them, that when it's time for them to engage in choral responding with regards to this reading curriculum, to be able to help that. There's also other small group activities that occur in a classroom, or even general instruction where the teacher says something like, "Class, it's time to start putting your stuff away so that we can get ready to transition." And our kids often don't understand that general instruction. That's one thing. There are other kids that, let's say, I'm a firm believer in peer networks, but once again, that's at the local level where you get peers and you talk to them about how to be able to engage with kids with different abilities than that they have. And this one child that I worked with over time, we started recruiting his peers when he was in kindergarten and elementary school. And those same peers or friends followed him into middle school, where it became bigger, and our staff was in the school helping support that. If something came up that they didn't know how to address, our staff was there to be able to facilitate that. Then he joined the wrestling team, and the kids were able to then support him in the locker room. And now we're in high school, and he's in science class, and he had a lot of self-stimulatory behavior. And he started rocking and hand flapping. And whereas if he didn't have all these friends and had this support over time, people would have moved away from him. Whoops. They would have moved away, right? Because they think, what would they think? What a weirdo, right? But instead, his friend that was sitting right next to him leaned over and said, "Knock it off." And he did. That snapped him back. He was able to then start paying attention to the lecture again. He didn't lose out on instructional time. And his friend felt comfortable being a friend to somebody that was different. And our staff were there, and they were collecting data on the number of opportunities so that then it could be taken back and put in as a discrete program or discussed at the meetings that we would have with the school about how to be able to include something like that in his IEP goals, because he did have an IEP. So that's probably way too much. But, it's an example of how over time this kid told his principal when he was in kindergarten, he said, "I wish you were dead." And really what he meant was, "I'm mad at you," because he wasn't allowed to do what it was that he wanted to do. And our staff was there, and they heard that. They were able to moderate that exchange, and then guess what we worked on? How to be able to appropriately express your feelings. So our kids are often misunderstood, and having ABA in the school helps to be able to moderate those interactions when they occur, because the two core characteristics of ASD are social communication impairment and restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior. which set them apart. And if we can include them, if we can have staff and support in the schools, then we can support them. And I'm telling you what, the outcome is phenomenal. Like that one little guy, he's in college, K-State.
Awesome. Thank you. Those are some great examples. Madam Chair, if I could follow up real quick. When I look at the emails that I have gotten on this issue, what I see pretty clearly is that parents don't understand what their rights are, and they're asking in these emails for the board to weigh in. So I just want the board to think about what that looks like from the parental perspective.
Sure.
And if there's something that we can maybe do to help those. And Commissioner, I appreciate everything that you just said about the options that they have, especially at the federal level. I think that might be part of the conversation I'd like to dig into more. Thank you.
Right. So in the midst of this and with time, but I want to real quickly follow up with what Melanie asked while you talked about outcomes, is because that's what I heard. What did that look like in the classroom when that child was young, before all the, what I'm hearing is you got to hear, but we didn't hear what that took and what that actually looked like in the classroom throughout that time.
Yeah.
So what is that therapist doing with that child in the middle of a classroom? What is that?
So it depends. It's 100% individualized. There is no curriculum that you can put into play. And so it's based on each child's characteristics. So for some of the kids, what it looks like in the classroom is that they're looking at and coming up with strategies. Like the one kid that was an eloper, we put a stop sign on the floor in front of the door, and he took off to try to elope, and he read that stop sign, and he got really mad, and he turned around and he walked back. So when the kids get angry, if there's a child that has behaviors that are, I call them really exciting behaviors, right, that's going to interfere, our staff are able to, based on the behavior therapeutic, function-based behavior intervention strategy that they develop for that child, it may require physical guidance to a different area. And so we would we would prompt that child physically over to an area where then we could engage in, let's say that we taught him how to count to 10 and take deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth. And so our staff would be working with that child to bring him down so that it didn't elevate to the point where they had to clear the classroom because the kid's trashing it. We're able to then intervene and work with that child in the setting, bring that child back under emotional control, and then reintegrate them back into the environment. So behavioral support, it could look like that as well. It could look like, let's have kids that are engaging in stereotypy. We work with them, so if they're engaging in stereotypy, we walk up to them and we do something, a strategy where we say, okay, touch your head, touch your nose, touch your shoulders, sit down, right? So it's to get them engaged doing things instead of sinking into that self-stimulatory behavior. So they're there to offer that support and help that child navigate that learning environment, particularly for those restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior and those social behaviors and social communication. It changes. That instance is for 2 children that I've worked with in my time. There are a variety of kids with a lot of different characteristics that you address in context, right? Some of it could be, a big one is the playground, because you see our kids, it's not that they don't want to have friends, they don't know how to have friends. And you see our kids out on the playground and they're circling the playground while everybody else is in the middle playing and interacting and learning. Each interaction that you make on the playground is a learning opportunity for what we call the neurotypical population. Our kids are excluded from that because they don't know what to do. On the playground, it would be bringing that child back into interactions with his friends, right? Giving him some language, say, go up to Johnny and say, can I play? So in context with the most appropriate learning environment available, which is same age peers, right? And like giving them the opportunity to learn. We know that learning is interaction with the environment, right?
Okay.
Our kids just take direct instruction.
To do that, okay. We're at end of time, so board,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. So board, the question is, it sounds like we could come back at 1:30, push things back a bit, take some more time so we can talk. I'm not sure if Linda can come back at
I'll have to check my
1:30,
calendar, but I'm
we can
thinking I
certainly
might.
have conversation and talk with staff and try to understand where we're at in this, okay? So basically, I would take a motion to table this until after lunch, which would, well, in essence, we're messing with the agenda, so,
You
Yes,
need
no?
to make the motion.
yeah, that's fine.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question? Would it be possible to, if on Tuesday, if they're able to come back, if we would have extra time that day to address this, so it's earlier rather than a month from now?
Well, we're trying to address it here in a little bit. So, no, that day has been fully planned with our guests that are coming in. So anyway, 1:30, come back, spend, what do you think, 20 minutes? You'll,
I can take 6 hours. I can talk about this stuff ad
I'm sure
nauseum
you
if
could.
you want me
I'm
to.
sure you could. So, are we, just give me a consensus that we're all good with doing that? Okay, all right. We will come back at 1:30, have some more conversation, and see if we can get some more understanding.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we're going over together so that
yes.
I can let you in and we can get right to.
Stay here. We're going over to the Capitol. Everybody is invited to walk over to the Capitol. We're going to hear the Spring Hill High School Symphonic Orchestra play. They will begin playing at about 12:15 for about 30 minutes at the first floor rotunda in front of the Christmas tree. So anybody who is here and would like to join us, we would love to have you. So we will recess until 1:30. Thank you. Capitol and listening to the Spring Hill Orchestra. It was beautiful around the Christmas tree. So as we ended with, the board decided to take back up the ABA conversation. So we will set for 20 minutes more to continue answering questions and making sure we understand what we're looking at before us. So there were 3 people still on the list that had comments or questions. So let me know if you're not wanting to speak, but otherwise I'm going to basically start there. So Dennis, you're first up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda, Dr. Linda, if you really answered my question during the lunch break, but I think it'd be good for the rest of the board for you to just give a quick oversight on etiology of autism, because it seems to be an uptick and like a new problem, quote unquote. But tell me, or just give us a little bit of a history of what you think where that's headed in the future.
Well, one of the first things is when I first started working in autism, it was considered a really, oh heck, I forgot the word, low incident condition. And then over the years, obviously, there's been an explosion in autism. People think that it may be because the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Psychology of APA has clarified it, and that maybe the clarification in the diagnostic criteria is what was contributed to the increase. And when you do analyses on it, that doesn't account for the increase. You look at whether or not it's because the range has been broadened, where a long time ago it was primarily the kids that were sitting in the corner, engaged in self-stimulatory behavior, locked totally away inside their own person, and where now we have expanded it so it's now autism spectrum disorder, so it accounts for all those characteristics. That has attributed to some of it. But the reality of it is that when you look at public health, they've been looking at environmental impacts and something that may be in the environment that is causing changes in prenatal development. We know that there is a genetic component to it, but that genetic component doesn't account for the increase alone. So there have been studies that have looked at electromagnetic fields, whether or not cell towers have increased it, and none of those have come back as a definitive cause of autism. And so any investigation into the etiology of it is still ongoing, but it's a true increase.
And can I just ask about prenatal? I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, that whatever is happening prenatally. We've got somebody at K Med Center that has developed eye tracking technology. So infants, firstborn, you can put them on there and watch where they look when you show them a face, and it predicts. I don't know what the actual predictive value of it is, but it can predict that this cluster of kids go on to be diagnosed with autism when they're 2, which tells you what? It tells you that characteristic is present at birth. So it's got to be something that's happening before birth, which is prenatally.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Jim?
Thank you. I don't have a question. I have some comments.
We need to get you a mic, I think, or get it on.
I think he told me it worked.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there
Is
it goes.
it working?
Okay.
I don't have a question. To make recommendations that you follow the law, I'm having difficulty finding out why that's controversial. And I'll just start out by saying that I support the guidelines, and if we ever get to voting for them, I'm going to vote for them. But it looks like a binary choice. We either pass them or we don't pass them, but that doesn't solve the problem. In my view, there are two competing issues. One of them is we have parents that should and are wanting to do what's best for their kids. And we have school districts that should and are wanting to do what's best for all kids. Those are not competing, even though it looks like on the surface they're not competing. We're the adults in the room. We need to come up with a plan that addresses both of them so that there is not winners and losers, but everybody wins. Now, I think just to ignore it or move on without doing something is actually to our eternal detriment. The comment has been made about ESI already today, and I think, and we can add dyslexia to that list. The reason that we had legislative involvement in two things that should have been our business is because we did not act when people came here. Now, that doesn't blame anybody at this table because it all happened before even I got here. If we ignore that, and I already know that there has been some at least discussion at the legislative area about this subject, unless we do something to address the issues, and in doing so, be very cognizant of the concerns of the parents and the concerns that have been expressed by the schools, and come up with something that meets both of those needs, it will be taken out of our hands. And I can assure the schools that are concerned about this will be a lot better off under our auspices than they were the legislative auspices, because whenever we were in those other areas, we had people like Connie who were very interested in solving the problem and looking at the broad picture. There are fewer of those in the legislature now than there were then. And I really fear that the concern, if it gets to that point, and it will, by the way, if we don't do something, if it gets to that point, then the concerns of the schools, in my view, will likely be ignored. So I think that we need to come up with a plan. We need to come up with it now because the legislature will be in session by the time we meet the next time.
Danny? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I'm a simpleton, what I heard today was reasonable accommodation. So if the school district and the parent and whoever else is involved can't come with a reasonable accommodation, then the parent has the ability to go file a grievance with the federal government. I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. And one thing we haven't heard about are the parents of the general ed kids that are in that classroom, or they have an opportunity to opt out because they don't want their child in that classroom with a therapist that isn't paid by the school district.
Betty?
Thank you. I think we're all at different levels on this, okay? And there are some that perhaps get it. There are those that are still struggling. So I'm going to ask just perhaps some general questions because I'm in one of those that's still struggling. Is it your belief that support is not available to the students now?
It's my belief that school personnel are not trained in specialty therapeutic services that are medically necessary in order to provide treatment to these kids, nor should they be. It should not be our expectation that school personnel are professionals and experts in every condition that crosses their door.
Okay, so right there, and that's where it becomes a problem for me. Not that support shouldn't be there. But it seems like it's more a quibble of, are you qualified? Are you qualified? I'm more I'm just trying to say what I'm hearing. I'm not. I don't want this to sound like I am accusing. I'm really just trying to grasp what is available. If schools feel like they're providing this, and then a for-profit institution feels like they're not, and we hear reasonable, and we hear these qualifying terms, that you don't know who's making the distinction. My understanding is that there are guidelines and processes already in place.
Now, so a couple of things. One, an ABA company may be for-profit. A lot of them are nonprofits, and they're governed by a board. Some of them have been around forever, since 2001, trying to get services, medically necessary treatment to children and families. And I would hope that there's not a quibble about who is better qualified, because I would not go to my dentist and ask him to perform an appendectomy, because that's not what he was trained in. And then I think that when we look at what I think this is about, it's not so much whether we're not asking anything except for except for you guys to provide guidance to schools in Kansas that reminds them that there are these federal guidelines that need to be taken into consideration, and that each case that is brought before them needs to be taken on an individual basis, instead of having a district categorically deny outside entities coming into their schools at all. There's not just, I mean.
And that's fine, I get it. One final, what the training, because that's where we're school is saying we have trained people, and then on the other hand, we're hearing they don't. What constitutes that? Is there a course? Is there a certification? If a district has that, would that be satisfactory? I guess I feel like there are distinct things that are being asked for.
I think that in my understanding, the thing that's being asked for is that the State Board of Education give guidance to the schools to remember that you cannot categorically deny access to medically necessary treatment in the schools, but that you need to consider it on a case-by-case basis, keeping in mind that there are these federal guidelines that you need to be aware of.
Right.
And
okay. Yeah, and I'm sorry, we have
okay.
quite a list and
okay.
really pushing time. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just trying to think of something that my son did when he was in third grade, and he missed a recess all year. I signed off on it, and he worked with kids in a small group setting, right? It wasn't a whole general education classroom of 25 other kids. He took the time, and I signed off. We did it for 1 year. I mean, I don't know what all he experienced or saw. I mean, he didn't do it again, but he did give up a whole year of recess to work with kids. So I'm thinking, are the parents, because I always tell my kids, your rights end at the end of your fingertips. You don't, somebody else's rights begin where their rights don't trample over our rights. So if you're in a classroom setting and I kept hearing the word medically, and it sounds like there's interventions going on in the classroom, that maybe there's a stoppage of learning because we're rerouting and we're doing it a different way because the teacher said, all right, all kids, we're going to get up and do this. I heard you say that. So they're changing the methodology of how that teacher is doing that classroom based off that's not quite the way we need to do that with that one student. We need to do it something a little bit differently. Well, now all kids are, to me, it sounds like all the kids are in a therapy experiment. Everybody in that classroom, well, they are, because you're a medical therapist coming into a classroom providing something so that that child could have access to public education. And so we want that. We want everybody to have that right to do that. But it can affect all the kids in the classroom. And if it does, then we have to look at and help the districts. What can the districts do as far as like what my son did? And he took, he worked with those kids. He was able to work with those kids so that he was that these children were with their peers, but it wasn't a total disruption to the entire classroom when there's learning going on. I just have to put that out there because I'm thinking I want this to be a win-win for everybody, but all those parents, other parents, need to know that there's medical treatment going on inside of that classroom.
That's a perfect recommendation to provide guidance to all the school districts in Kansas. I love that idea. And the idea that your son participated in those, I call them peer networks, right? That little guy that I told you about that we grabbed his peers, that's what we did. It was a peer network approach because you want to create a network of peers. So good for you for allowing your son to be a part of that. That's absolutely wonderful.
And I want to make sure people parents are afforded that opportunity. Yeah. I was afforded the opportunity. I just want to make sure that I don't know that would be going on everywhere. That everybody understands what the situation is and what does that look like to another child in the classroom, where he was a little bit more ahead of. I mean, he's a little bit more advanced than other kids because he had that demeanor about him. So he was probably the perfect kid to help these kids. But not every kid's going to be able to do that, and we can't just recruit without other parents knowing about that.
I tell teachers to look for those bossy firstborn little girls because they don't mind being, shepherding the kids along. And so there's typically when we are doing a intervention like that, that's why it's got to be on a case-by-case basis, right? This is what I'm proposing to do, and that's where you get people to sign off on it. It's like transparency. This is what I think would be beneficial for this child in this setting. And then you get people to sign off on it. And if you would like to implement a peer group intervention, then absolutely you send home a consent form to the parents. And the parents can opt in or opt out. It's what we should be doing if we're going to do anything outside of the norm, right? Perfect. I mean, and we're going to have parents that allow their kids to and parents that don't. The one thing that I know that it has done when I've been involved in it is and I've heard it's going to take away instructional time from the regular kids. And in the 15 years that I did peer network intervention in school settings, number one, the peers loved it. Number two, the kids were able to be more integrated. The kids with the identified disability were more able to be integrated into a gen ed classroom, requiring less special ed time. And the more friends that child had to carry with them forward. Okay. And it was a win-win for everyone. And it taught the kids, the non-disabled kids, empathy, understanding, and acceptance. I mean, why would we not want our kids to, learn that?
Daryl?
Sorry.
Problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, now I'm on. My question is for you, Mr. Dempsey. Okay. And I don't know if you know the answer, but if you do, that'd be great. So are our special education teachers and paraeducators taught these types of interventional strategies that could or would be used with students who would need the ABA services? Are they routinely taught that in pre-service education or in required professional development?
They're taught some behavior interventions. So there's a spectrum, I think, of what they would understand. They're not going to be the board certified behavior analysts that Linda's talking about. And so some districts do have BCBAs on staff. And I think that's what Linda's alluding to as well, that there's some of that in districts already. And then there are different levels. There's RBTs, there's And so like technicians, maybe at the para level, but the team then, when they implement the services, part of the implementation, if you're talking just under the IDA, would be training to staff for those interventions. And I think what Linda's talking about is fidelity to the ABA model as well.
Correct. Yes, thank you. So we're really up against the clock. Okay, Jim?
I don't want to say it on Dennis, but applying to the federal government is no longer realistic. I read yesterday that they're actually calling people back that were fired at the Department of Education because the civil rights complaints are so far behind that they can't keep up. So, you're at the bottom of the line, and they may hear you in 2 or 3 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. Under FAPE, most of these kids are going to be in the classroom anyway, or at least a significant portion of them are going to be in the classroom anyway, and dysregulated. And now with the intervention, it can actually help with the problem. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, you're talking about the least restrictive environment
Yeah.
for students with disabilities under the IDEA, and that's what they would look at, is there a disruption to the classroom? And I think that's what the conversation's about. If there is a disruption, they would back out that, but the goal is to get them back into the classroom. So it aligns with really what Linda was talking about.
But it could be an actually benefit to that process to have this person there.
Right.
But as I said before, the school has to be able to control who's in their classrooms.
Correct.
Right. The case-by-case part that was spoken was very important. Debbie, if you have something real quick so we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually wrote down. So kind of combining, I was just thinking the care should be on a volunteer basis for general volunteerism, because I would think that it's important to avoid FERPA, that you can't say that this child has this medical thing going on. Can we get volunteers? Because that would be, I think, some maybe violation. I would be worried about that, I guess, is all I'm saying. And then I think it's a good guideline that IEPs not interfere with the class in general, that the teacher is allowed to have a general classroom, and the IEP should all conform to the classroom rather than the whole classroom conforming to one IEP.
Right. Okay, so again, what we're looking at and what we'll come back to next month is guidance that is in adherence to the federal law. So please, read this over. I read it. That's all I read is truly guidance. That's why it's been gone over very well by General Counsel, by Mr. Dempsey, trying to understand this is what the law says. We are only talking to ABA in this particular memo. So that's what we will bring back next month for further discussion and decide what we will do. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. We're going to move on with our agenda. So thank you. Okay. Next up, the resolution supporting the placement of tactile Braille flags in all the Kansas schools with the American Legion and Daughters of the American Revolution representatives. We're excited to bring this forward. This was on the behest and ask of Dennis Hirschberger, board member for District 7. We have Randolph Cabral, if I'm saying his name right, as the flag creator. And I will let them, Dennis is going to start us off. Okay.
Hang on.
Well, Madam Chair and Dr. Watson, Vice Chair Zach, rest of board members, this is exciting for me because I met Randolph Cabral about 6 months ago, and he shared with me an initiative that it's really been in action probably for over a decade, right?
Every bit of that.
Yeah, maybe 2 decades. And I find out that our own School of the Blind already has one of these flags in their school. So the idea is, I think, just really neat, especially as we're going to look toward celebrating our semi-quincentennial next year, that we would have this presented to schools all across Kansas, and that vision's big. So I'm going to let Randolph take off on this, and his brother Patrick came to help him, and then some other people he'll introduce. So,
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioner of Education, and esteemed board members, of the esteemed members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm deeply grateful to each of you for giving your time, your leadership, and your attention to something that touches the lives of students who often go unseen. Many may not know how the flag came about, and I want to share that with you. But first, I'd like to do a little housekeeping. I'd like to say thank you to you, Dennis, for presenting this to the board and asking them to give it resolution consideration, because without Dennis, I wouldn't be here today. I also want to thank Patty Unruh from the Daughters of the American Revolution and Commander George Hahn with the American Legion, because they've also been very supportive, and respectfully, I hope that they might be able to say something as well, so I'll try to keep this brief. The Braille flag came about because of my father. My father was a blinded World War II veteran. His name was Jesus Cabral, and he served admirably during the war. Years later, he lost his sight, and I watched a very proud man who had given so much struggle with something most of us take for granted, simply being able to experience the American flag in a meaningful way. Out of that experience came a gnawing question that changed my life forever. If the flag belongs to all Americans, why can't my father still see it too? That question led to the first tactile Braille American flag being created in 2005, and ultimately to the design recognized by the U.S. Congress through its placement at Arlington National Cemetery. But today is not about the past. Today is about Kansas students. Kansas is home to more than 1,500 blind, low vision, and deaf-blind young people. They go to school with their peers. They join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance with their peers. And yet, until now, they've never had the chance to touch the same symbol that many of us are able to, the same stripes, the same stars, but with this particular flag, even the same colors, which is what makes it particularly unique. This flag allows those who are blind to access the colors of the flag as well. Now, I've been fortunate to have been to so many places, not only in Kansas, but around the country, where young blind students, young blind people, and even veterans have had an opportunity to experience the Braille American flag. And I can tell you, when they put their hands on this flag for the first time, it's really hard to describe. They straighten up just a little. Their faces change. For the first time, they see the same flag everyone else is looking at. Something opens up in them, a sense of belonging, a sense of connection, a sense of pride. And it's made right here in Kansas. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my brother Patrick. He's been at my side for over 20 years now, helping me along with getting the flag disseminated and recognized. He is a Vietnam veteran, and he's also the author of a children's book over the American Revolution. I want to say that what is being done here today, thankfully, gratefully, and prayerfully with each of you, is that every student, regardless of ability, deserves the same opportunity to experience our national symbols, not simply by accommodation, but by inclusion. This is also a special moment in our nation's history as we approach the 250th anniversary of America's independence. What we do in Kansas today will echo into that celebration, and I believe it will inspire other states throughout the country to follow in the footsteps of Kansas. So again, I want to thank you for allowing me this moment, and thank you for recognizing that patriotism, when it includes everyone, become stronger. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
And did your two guests with you want to say anything very quickly, and then we'll do the signing and the pictures?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Patty Unruh, and I'm the state chair of the Kansas Society Daughters of the American Revolution America 250 Committee, and also a Newton chapter member. The state regent of the Kansas Society Daughters of the American Revolution, Denise Bullock, regrets that she's not able to attend the meeting today. Thank you for the opportunity to join to witness this step toward having the Braille flag made in Kansas, placed in every school building in Kansas. The National Society Daughters of the American Revolution has a long time support of the Braille flag program. The Kansas Society has a special connection through the Newton chapter. Newton chapter is very proud of its nearly 20-year collaboration with Mr. Cabral and his work at the Kansas Braille Transcription Institute. In 2005, Newton chapter member Kay Stanley Watkins approached Mr. Cabral as to the possibility of working with him on creation of the Braille flag and tactile flags to be distributed to blind and visually impaired students in the U.S. and to 9 blind Veterans Administration facilities in the U.S. This collaborative initiative has resulted in thousands of Braille tactile flags being distributed throughout the U.S., with DAR championing in this project for nearly 20 years. With 59 chapters and nearly 3,000 members throughout the state of Kansas, the Kansas Society Daughters of the American Revolution are committed to the delivery of these flags to the schools. We look forward to this program kicking off in 2026, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What better way to show our visually impaired students across Kansas that indeed all people are created equal? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Hahn. I'm the state commander for the American Legion. I'm out of Paola, Kansas. I met Mr. Cabral back in October in Mulvane when our national vice commander was here. He told him his story. I was listening. The national vice commander is very impressed. The American Legion at the national level fully supports this and have for many years. I have one of the smaller flags that I carry with me to Legion meetings, and I show them what he's trying to do. That way we can help get support. So the state of Kansas, American Legion, truly does support this endeavor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
Well, that's a wonderful story, and I just want to confirm, Randolph, that the funding is all private. Is that correct?
Well, there's 2 initiatives that we're currently working on. One is because funding is a critical component of statewide deployment, so we have 2 pathways, active pathways, currently in action. Executive support through the governor's office, and to secure the governor's support through either an executive order or allocation of discretionary funds. This avenue provides the fastest and most efficient path, allowing the immediate rollout of the first phase of flags across Kansas schools. The governor's proclamation has already been prepared and is awaiting submission after today's signing of the resolution. And this can serve as a foundation for directing resources toward accessibility. There's also legislative funding through the Kansas legislature. In parallel, we'll pursue statutory funding through the legislature. State Representative Angela Martinez and State Senator Michael Murphy are prepared to collaborate on drafting and submitting a bill that would formally authorize statewide placement of the tactile Braille American flag, allocate state funding to KBTI for manufacturing and distribution, establish a sustainable time frame for long-term accessibility efforts. This provides a stable, recurring, and bipartisan supported funding structure for the program. So together, through these two paths, we see immediate readiness through the governor's discretionary authority and long-term sustainability through the legislative budget approval. And I want to state here and now, no financial burden of any kind is being placed upon the schools or the districts. A fully scalable model that other states can replicate throughout the 250th anniversary and beyond. So there is, in fact, already financial funding that has been allocated and used for the placement of flags in schools already. In fact, the city of Newton is the very first city in the United States to provide and place a Braille flag in all 10 of its schools, making it the first district in the United States to have its flags. So we'll be pursuing whatever avenues are available to our disposal to see to it that whatever cost is associated with these implementations will be taken care of.
Wonderful. Well, board, we're going to, the resolutions over here, we're going to sign two different copies. There is a place for your particular signature, so we're going to do that, and then we'll take some quick pictures. So, thank you. standards for technology and engineering, and then the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. Well, there she is. Hello, Ms. Catherine. We are ready for you.
I have for you two different sets of standards that content expert committees have been working on and revising, and they have gone through the Professional Standards Board and through public comment, and we have them for you today as a receive item. Just to give you a little background, and hopefully you can read most of the words on the slide. There we go. The preparation program standards are used by the colleges to train future educators. They design their programs around them. They monitor their programs around them. So we want to make sure that those standards are meeting the needs of the classroom student. Come on, let me page down. You can do it. There we go. There are two different types that you may have heard of: professional education standards, and those are used across every license area, defining what a teacher should know and be able to do in terms of education theory and methods. Each content area then has their own standards for what the teacher for students for visual impairment should know and be able to do, what the math teacher should know and be able to do, technology and engineering teacher. And that will include some theory and methods also that's content specific. But just so you know, there's kind of two piles, and we're working with the content program standards today. There we go. So we are going to start with visually impaired education standards. I have co-chair Sally Roberts and our other co-chair Jerry Brooks. I always want to shout out Jerry. She wasn't able to come today. She has the flu. And Brandy Smith, a member of the committee, are going to walk you through the major changes made to the standards. So Sally and Brandy, I will click on the next slide when you tell me to do so. Oh no, but we don't have volume on Sally. Eric, what have I done wrong? They are unmuted. Is it me? What do I do? Okay, would you guys double check your volume? I can only mute, which means they're unmuted. Or I can do my poor best. Okay, Sally, Brandy, you want to try again? Nope. Nope. Oh no. Technology is grand when it works.
While we're kind of playing with that real quick, I do want to point out and welcome Superintendent John Harding from the School for the Blind. He was here for the Braille flag part as well, and just supporting the visual impairment standards. So
I don't mean to
That's okay.
take over
No, I
until they're
appreciate
fixing
it.
it. I just want to thank the board for your support. From our perspective, this is important because, as I've told you many times, that we love other states. I'm from Nebraska. We love sending students there. But if we can have students trained here in Kansas, it makes a world of difference in terms of recruiting new teachers to the field, which we desperately need. So we're grateful to Catherine, KSDE, all the committee members. Brandy is one of our staff members. Good to see you, Brandy. And just grateful for all their preliminary work on this.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, John.
Okay, try it now.
Do you want me to test? Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you.
Yay, all right. The neat thing is that you have an example of the way that Catherine puts together her committees. I represent the university and college section. Brandy represents the practitioners. We had a great mix, and she's going to describe that mix in a bit when I get finished. I'm just going to quickly go through the process. We started with the old standards. We looked at those. We also went out to other states and we pulled in standards from other states. We looked at everything together as a committee and said, okay, what's critical to both practitioners and to universities? I would say they're exactly the same, but the universities have the constraints of what we can teach, and the practitioners have what we want you to give us when you're training teachers. So the first example, Catherine, if you would show, have 5 examples of kind of what we did. It will give you an idea. This is an example from Standard 1. We liked Standard 1, but we felt like we needed a little more language. And that happens because when we are reviewing programs, we are looking to see if they are meeting the standards by looking at the different elements. And the elements in the original standard were too broad. We wanted some specifics to make sure that that got covered. Next one. Okay. In this standard, we actually created a new standard 8 that was all about learner characteristics. They were kind of all lumped in. We wanted those specific. We also developed a standard 3 about vision loss characteristics. So this is the characteristics of overall vision impairment. Next. This is the new standard 3, and what it changed was it updated and expanded the language, but it became our assessment standard. And I've chaired a multiple, I'm sure you all have seen me at these before. I've chaired multiple standards committees, and we've liked breaking them down so that there is a specific assessment standard, and that helps the colleges and the universities know that's what we're after is assessment. It's more explicit, has different assessment language, and we added a technology component. Next. This was a new standard that addressed transition. The transition standards tended to be geared toward transitioning, kind of the transitioning that we as special educators think of, which is transitioning from school to work or school to a second post-graduation. Because these vision standards are birth to 12, there are a number of transitions. For example, birth to preschool or preschool when they go to the elementary grade, etc. And so we needed specific language around the multiple transitions that occur from birth all the way through to graduation. Okay. And the last one. This is, I'm sorry, I just talked about the transition standard, which was 5. Catherine, move back to 4. What? And let me
4 was planning.
Right. And what we did there, we wanted to address the wide range of students with vision impairments. The previous standard didn't take into consideration that our teachers of students with vision impairment go all the way from severely disabled, deafblind, for example, all the way through to kids that are, going to go to Stanford. And so we needed that. We need to have a standard with a range. Okay, we're good. And I did talk through standard 5, so I'm going to turn it over to Brandy.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to present to you. As Sally shared earlier, the committee was co-chaired by Dr. Sally Roberts and Dr. Jerry Brooks from Fort Hays State University. It also consisted of representatives from KSDE, administrators from several Kansas colleges and universities who have programs that train special educators, It consisted of seasoned TSVIs from urban and rural school districts across the state of Kansas, and TSVIs and a director from the Kansas State School for the Blind Outreach Program and Birth to 3 programs. Currently, Kansas does not have a TSVI program, prep program, as John shared, Mr. Harding shared. We acquire our TSVIs by when someone moves into the state and has a license from another state, and then they wish to obtain Kansas licensure for vision, or what we call grow our own. We find educators who have been in the field who might be great candidates to become a TSVI, and we encourage them to go back to school through either individual funding, or we have in the past have had a TASN grant where they've sent candidates through a visual impairment program through other states, such as the University of Lincoln in Nebraska or Stephen F. Austin State in Texas. New TSVIs are currently supported in Kansas through, especially if they're going through that TASM program. We have a mentorship program set up through our outreach program at KSSB. The mentorship program will support the new TSVIs by providing trainings on topics such as evaluations that we do as TSVIs. They help to develop skills and practice in writing IEPs and creating vision-specific goals. The mentorship program also helps to decide how much service time and accommodations a student may need, and much more. I think that's all we have. I can't hear you, Sally. I see you talking.
We might have to have you unmute, Sally.
Found it. Never mind. I got it. All right. We are happy to answer some questions. And I'm assuming what the major question that you all probably have is, now we've done these beautiful standards, are we going to have a program? And we're excited to tell you that we do have a university. Wichita State University has already told Catherine that they are putting in a program, and Brandy and I will be on the committee that will be looking at that program, reviewing that program. We already have a date to do it in the spring and I believe March. And usually when we review them, we can do that. There's a fairly quick turnaround so that perhaps they will be up and running by fall even to begin taking new students. We're hoping, we've got our fingers crossed, but it's so wonderful when we are on a standards committee and we know where the need is to then have a university ready to go and ready to jump into the program.
Wonderful. That's truly wonderful news. Absolutely. Good to hear that. I will also just say as the liaison on this professional standards board, as Catherine said, this has been before that board. It is not a quick pass over. We spend a lot of time, and we have higher ed there, we have all of the mix, and so there's a lot of conversation that's had. So I just want you to know that doesn't just come through. That literally is looked at and questioned and conversation, and there was a lot of time taken. So it was very impactful to see that we have these layers, right, that everybody's looking and making sure and ensuring that things fit right. It's wonderful having Superintendent Harding here to have that backup and knowing that Brandy was on the team. So we know that what's being done is being done well and with fidelity and coming before us ready. And like you said, you had the public comments time so that people can chime in. Dennis, did you have a comment or
Yes,
question?
thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for all this hard work. When we talk about teacher shortage, shortage. This is just another big plus. I'm just curious about if someone does come in from out of state, are we going to require them to go to WSU, or how is this going to work out?
No, if they come in from out of state, that becomes a licensing transfer issue that I am not good with, but Shane might be here somewhere.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. So Dennis, in that situation, if someone coming out of state, like was mentioned earlier by Brandy, most of our visually impaired, or all of them, are coming out of state right now completing those programs. So if they complete that program out of state, we have different statutes and regulations that will allow them to qualify for a license. Yeah, so it won't be an issue.
So the old word grandfathering in works, or is it not
Well,
quite that
it's
simple?
more of, we would say, a reciprocal license because they've completed a program out of state and hold that out of state license, and then we're recognizing that as they come into Kansas.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Will be benefited, I think, is the fact that we can now recruit more actively. As Brandy said, if we have someone that perhaps is, working in a tangential area, and we say, wouldn't you like to teach kids with vision impairment? It's so much easier than if we have a local program. We're not having to say, well, let's see if we can find some funding for you to go out of state, et cetera. So that's the exciting thing, is that we can get more local interest.
Absolutely.
I was a product of Grow Our Own. I did go through UNL, and I had a family of young kids at that time. And so the setup was okay. It was online. We did have to attend in-person classes in the summer. So that was some family time sacrifice, but it works out and we do what we need to do. So having one in Kansas would be a lot easier.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Is there more of what we're looking at? Nope, we're good.
Any other questions on the visual impairment standards?
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay, then I am
And
going to
this is a
move us
receive item,
forward.
so the vote will be next month.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to move us forward then to technology and engineering. And I have Dr. Byron McKay from Pitt State here to talk about those. And I don't think Eric Denault was able to join us. So
Thank you to Sally
Byron,
and Brandy.
I will click when you tell me to click.
All right. Well, thanks. I'm glad to be here. It's been a process, but we've got it done. We're pretty happy with where we're at. Just we have 2 preparation programs in Kansas for technology engineering education. So that's PSU and Fort Hays. And so Eric Deneau is from Fort Hays. So we kind of took lead on making sure it was representative of both of the current programs we have in Kansas, representative of what Kansas needs. And so again, this was really looking at, it was meant to meet all the preparation programs for Kansas. So Kathy, we'll go ahead and hop forward. Okay. So our national organization, the International Technology Engineering Educators Association, they redid their standards to include engineering and had a really big rewrite on industrial arts, wood shop, construction, production, all the way up to robotics and computer science and graphic design, web design, all these things. They did a major rewrite because they're representing all those teachers. ETS, the praxis test, then based their new competencies on the STELs, as what ITAs are, the STELs. And so we decided, since we were based on the previous version that did not include engineering from ITA, we decided to follow suit. So we were able to look at what ITA did, the STELs, what ETS did, and that is the direction we took as we were doing these things. You'll hear me say again, we just moved some stuff. With the rewrite they did, it was a big rearrangement on how they emphasize things. So we got rid of very few indicators. There's a handful that were redundant that we were able to recombine. There was ones that are that we did have to add, but there's a lot of rearrangement. So we can go ahead and go on, and I can blow through them pretty quick. So content 1, this matches up with exactly how the STELs are, exactly how ETS did theirs. We just basically moved the society piece out to a different standard, updated the language, and then this is one where we added some new pieces. Standard 2, we in all of our standard previously all of our content was kind of spread out, so we took a lot of times that we understand the core content of manufacturing, you understand the core content for robotics, you understand the core content. We took all those out and put into the core content, and because those things appear the same in everything, and so that's where number 2 came from. Okay, number 3. This is where we really talk about society, because we want to look at the impacts of the impact of technology to society is a big deal. Again, it doesn't matter what area of technology, the impacts need to be looked at, and maybe teachers need to be trained on how to look at those impacts. We've really pulled from several of our pieces out of our other standards, and then the previous standard was understand the systems, and that just got dispersed into all the other standards. It kind of got a shotgun effect. Standard 4 was a big one. Standard 4 is now design. Design is one of the biggest things in technology engineering education. It impacts all of our content, so it was really beefed up, and it was beefed up everywhere across the board on our national standards as well. It pulled indicators from a bunch of our others, and then a lot of the old 4 was we're looking at some specific content, and that just got rearranged again. Okay, standard 5. Standard 5's huge now, but not overly so. Whereas it's really looking at the specific content. We've got construction in there. We have production. We have manufacturing. We also have our robotics and our computer science. It's looking at those specific areas and specific disciplines within tech ed that the tech ed teacher needs to understand. And so rather than being spread out throughout, they were relegated to one spot, just like how STELS and the ETS all did it. And so a lot of redundancies, that it's the same thing, just again and again throughout the different, it just allows us to streamline. Okay, 6. 6 and 7 previously were 7 and 8, so we did go down by one standard. 6 and 7 are about professionalism, pedagogy, and previously they were intermingled as one thing that I kind of always boggled my mind as I tried to meet them for program review and teach things to my students. And so I did a pretty big overhaul on the pedagogy and the professionalism. So when we brought it down to 6 is really it's about the pedagogy, the foundations of technology engineering, how to teach it, and just really realigned it. And then with 7 became professional responsibility. We also have in there standards, safety. Safety is embedded in everything, but we definitely focused on safety. We also added in funding opportunities for students, just because of the way with CTE, because our students deal with labs. They need to know how to fund those labs, how to get outside funding, inside funding, how that all fits into it, and how the profession as larger as a whole fits into what they do, that they're not a standalone classroom. So they need to understand those things. And then 8 is now gone, so we're down to just the 7.
Okay.
So that is the 50-cent overview of what we did over several months and a lot of meetings and a lot of typing.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Lots of work that comes through. Lots of work done. Overview. How long had it been since they've been updated? Do you remember?
I think technology was, 15, and visually impaired was, 2001.
Yeah, it was time.
It was time. Yeah.
So good to see. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Appreciate the hard work for your entire team.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Very nice.
And I do have for you, if you don't have any questions about the standards.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eric. Byron.
I know. I started to say Eric too, and I thought, I don't think it was Eric, and I couldn't remember the other name.
I'm getting it all screwed up. All right. Very quick, I have an evaluation review committee recommendation for you. You've kind of heard the flow chart before, so I'll skip it because I know you've got a tightly packed schedule. This is for Kansas Independent College Association. So this is the association that all of the private and independent colleges and universities are members of. Several of the education departments are quite small, and so it would be difficult for them to staff their own high incidence special education program. So They have one offered through KICA, and we have, I believe, 6 member colleges at this point, Bethany, Bethel, Kansas Wesleyan, McPherson, Sterling, and Tabor, and others would be welcome to join in that partnership if they wanted. So the program is offered by KICA, but each student enrolls from their individual college and then graduates from their college, and that college recommends them for the license. This is for the high incidence program that KICA offers at both the undergrad and graduate level, and it was reviewed and found to be meeting all of the high incidence standards, including science of reading, with no areas of concern. Any questions on those?
I think we're good. That's neat that they work together like that.
Yeah, it really is.
It's fascinating. I didn't realize that. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you
right.
so much
Thank you
for
very
bringing
much.
all that forward, and we will see you back next month. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So actually, we're up against a break. If everybody wants to take a quick 10-minute break, we will be back at 2:48. And up next on our agenda, are we good, Eric? Okay, up next on our agenda is our update, part 1. Dr. Curtis will be back. New IDA definition for dyslexia and intro to dyslexia. So Dr. Lori Curtis, thank you, ma'am.
Hello, it's great to be here, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm really glad you mentioned it was part 1, and it didn't say if it was part 1 of 2 or 5 or 10. I would love to come back. This is part 1. But today I wanted to talk to you about an update. It's definitely an update. And I'm going to start, though, with the definition of the science of reading, and I've come before you with that definition in the past. It is a body of knowledge over 50 years and counting. And it's important that we know it's brought together from cognitive neuroscience, from education, from psychology, all of that together. And it is very broad. It's how we teach and assess. It's about prevention and intervention, and it's about reading and writing. And so everything that our team does, everything that you have done with structured literacy, we want to be aligned to what the most current science is letting us know, because that science is dynamic and we're going to stay up current with the times, so we make sure we don't ever fall into what we did before and do something because we thought it was what was best. We want to make sure we're really looking at the evidence and research behind what we're doing. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is, from that science comes this model, and I know I've shown this before, but today when we talk about dyslexia and the new definition, we're going to talk primarily about the bottom part, the blue part of Scarborough's rope. And this was a visual that was created by Hollis Scarborough to help parents understand the complexities of teaching a child to read, the complexities that occur when a child learns to read, that it isn't just taking print off of a page and decoding, but it's also that top part of the rope, the language, the vocabulary, the way our language is put together, whatever language we speak, and how that's put together. Today I'm going to primarily be talking about dyslexia and that definition, so we're going to focus more on that bottom part of the rope. But one thing I want everyone to remember is, along with Hollis Scarborough's work, is what we call the simple view of reading, and that's kind of those 3 circles up at the top of your screen that says we need word recognition plus language comprehension to get to reading comprehension. And for those of you that love math, like my assistant director Jennifer, it's a multiplication problem, so we know that if any one of those is 0, we will end up with a 0. Both parts are integral, but today when we talk about dyslexia, we're going to talk a little more heavily about what's at that word recognition, or that blue part of Scarborough's rope. So what I wanted to show you, and I've put before you in a handout, is this is the definition that was created in 2002. Now, I'm old enough, that doesn't seem that long. I mean, it's in the 2000s, it doesn't seem that long. But then when you really start looking, you're like, whoa, that's a long time ago, right? 2002. The board looked at that, and we decided it would be in our dyslexia handbook starting in about 2020. So this is the definition that the International Dyslexia Association had voted upon, and we brought forward and use in Kansas. So when I go out and do presentations, I use this. Over the last almost 2 years, there has been a process to look at the research, to bring together over 2,000 people, including some in Kansas. I was asked to give information in. I know Dr. Herford was part of this process. And that definition has been expanded. The gist of what it was about stayed the same, but it was expanded as the science has informed. So I've also given you the new definition. What do you notice? It's longer, more words, right? More words, more words. You don't have to read all these little words because I'm going to break it down. We're just going to go through it piece by piece so I can make sure that everyone understands the changes that were made. It starts out the same. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability characterized by difficulties in word reading and spelling that involve accuracy, speed, or both, and vary depending on the orthography. So what I want to just point out on this slide is it talks about accuracy and speed. And we think about that. Accuracy comes from phonics. We think of fluency, that accuracy and speed. And when we do our dyslexia screeners, we look at accuracy and speed when we ask students to do oral reading fluency measures. So all of what you're going to see in this definition, we look at as we move through with our dyslexia screening process. Then it says depending on the orthography. So orthography is just how a language system is written down. When we think about English, we've borrowed our words from a lot of different languages, and sometimes we have what's called a very opaque language system. So when you think about the word knee, why does it have the K in at the beginning? Or we borrowed things from other places, and it is more difficult to have a one-to-one correlation with a letter and a sound in English as it is in some languages. Some languages are written with characters. So depending on how a language is written down, that might benefit or make it more difficult for students to acquire language. And so this is the International Dyslexia Association. They're looking at students around the world, and dyslexia occurs in every language all across the world. So depending on the orthography, you might find kids struggle more or less. When you look at the next slide, it talks about these difficulties occur along a continuum of severity and persist even with instruction that's effective for an individual's peers. The important thing you've done is to highlight structured literacy as the model for instruction in our schools, because that does give every child the best chance at learning to read. Because those students that have maybe they're mildly affected with their dyslexia, they will thrive in that environment in Core 1 instruction in structured literacy. But we do have students that will struggle. We will identify that risk on our screeners. They might need a tiered system of support and intervention, a tier 2, or possibly they need to have a different kind of education, have special education services, and be in more intensive support. But it's along a continuum. So to say someone has dyslexia or doesn't is a very nuanced question, because it is along a continuum. They could be very mildly affected, or it could really impact their daily life a great deal. The causes of dyslexia are very complex and involve combinations of genetic, neurobiological, and environmental influences that interact throughout development. So it isn't like there's a gene for dyslexia. There's over 150 genes they've identified that have part of that showing up. It's neurobiological. It's the way the brain processes written language, connects it with our sound system, makes it connect with meaning, and that is quite a complex process because our brains aren't made to read. They hijack our language systems to do that. So it's genetic, it's neurobiological, environmental in that if a child is never exposed to the sounds of our language, it's going to be more difficult for them to figure out how to represent those sounds in written language as well. Underlying difficulties with phonological and morphological processing are common, but not universal. Let's just stop there. There's a lot of big words right there. So just so we understand, phonological process is how do children understand what letters represent what sounds in our language. So when you think about phonics, when you think about phonemic awareness and understanding of how sounds are manipulated in our language. So this has to do with sound and print and how those come together. Morphological discusses how we put words together. When you think about a root word and a prefix and a suffix, how do we bring together words in our language, in English? What does that look like? Some kids might struggle with that. Some kids might not. It's not universal. But one thing we do know is that early oral language weaknesses often foreshadow literacy challenges. And you're going to see me, I'm hoping, if I get invited back, to come talk to you a little bit more about what the research is showing about early oral language. And how does that set us up with a strong foundation or difficulty in learning to read, and information that we have gathered about developmental language disorder. Next, our secondary consequences include reading comprehension problems and reduced reading and writing experience that can impede growth in language, knowledge, written expression, and overall academic achievement. And I'm just going to say it is human nature to avoid things that are painful and difficult. And if I come every day and reading is hard for me, and reading at night keeps me up, and I am struggling at home with my homework and all of that, I'm going to do less of it. And when given an option of what do I do on a Saturday, I'm not going to curl up with a book. I'm going to go out and play catch, or I'm going to go shopping. I'm going to do something else that doesn't highlight something that is difficult for me. So our students who are slower at reading, have it more difficult to chance in writing, opportunities to write, they will do less of that. And when that happens, they do have lower vocabulary because they haven't seen as many words. They haven't read as many books. I know in a classroom, sometimes children are working and as kids finish, we say, when you're done, take out your book and read. And as a classroom teacher, sometimes it's very easy to wait till that last student finishes and then move on with your lesson. Who needed the chance to read the book? Probably the last student that finished, that just got shorted in the amount of time it took or they got to read. So we just really need to look at classroom practice, make sure kids all have time to read. But when we have opportunities to read in our free time, our kids that struggle, that isn't going to be their first go-to. So often they will have lowered reading and writing experiences. One thing that is new is the research is very clear now about psychological well-being, and employment opportunities are also can be affected. Although identification and targeted instruction are important at any age, language and literacy support before and during the early years is particularly effective. But kids can pick up quite early that they can't do what other kids can do, and I might struggle in this area. And so we have more and more research coming out about anxiety and depression that we're seeing with kids that read. And I'll just speak briefly. I met with some middle secondary teachers in a rather large district, and I said, do you meet in your PLCs every week? Do you talk about student data? They said, yes, but it always goes to behavior. I said, have you looked at that screening data? Are those kids you're talking about those kids that are struggling on our screeners? Because quite often our kids that are struggling will do a lot to get out of a class and find something else to take the attention away from something they're having difficulty with. Excuse my voice, I'm getting numerical. So when we look at that expanded definition, it has a lifetime perspective. It's on this is kind of a review of what we've just gone over. It's on a continuum with levels of severity. Students with dyslexia can learn to read. Those with dyslexia often develop inspirational levels of persistence and stamina. I'm going to say it on this slide, I'm going to say it on another. I want everyone to know who's listening is that dyslexia is not tied to intelligence. Slow reading does not mean slow thinking, and we need to all remember that. It has no tie to how intelligent or smart someone is. Part of the expanded definition talks about the early risk indicators, that it can be indicated prior to entry to school. When we look at early oral language, I'm going to come back hopefully and talk to you about DLD, and that early identification can lead to promising outcomes. Also, those secondary consequences, those with dyslexia may find it very hard to demonstrate all they know and can do in an academic situation. Think about how frustrating it would be for you to know and understand something and not be able to write it easily for your teacher to read it, or sometimes if it's a language, difficult to be able to explain yourself or to read in a partner situation. Employment opportunities and daily expectations can be very challenging. I had somebody who did amazing work on my house, but if I had a question that I wanted a written response for, like an opportunity to see how much this was going to cost and exactly what you were going to do, he was just up front and told me, I can't do that, I have dyslexia, but my wife will get that to you as soon as possible. So there are challenges when in life as we move through this, because dyslexia is lifelong. It follows you throughout your life. Dyslexia can lead, like we mentioned, to increased anxiety, depression, and diminished self-esteem. But there are myths that we need to fight against. All of these are myths. I've heard all of them. You've probably heard them as well. More boys are dyslexic than girls. It's just about 50-50, very slightly more boys, but it's really pretty much 50-50. Reading a lot to your children at home can prevent dyslexia. That's not true. It can improve vocabulary. It can give a wonderful opportunity for children to develop a joy about stories and books, but it will not prevent a child who has dyslexia from getting it. They would have it from birth. Really interesting, I will tell you that they have found in research with infants who are 3 to 5 days old in this research, that when they hear sounds like da, 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 or da, da, ba, ba, that they pick up the difference in those sounds days old. So differentiating sounds of our language happens at birth. And so as we read to children, we're helping expand all of that. But if a child is going to struggle with really differentiating that sound system because they followed those children and found out they did end up with dyslexia, that happens early. And reading to children will not prevent it, although it will really increase vocabulary and a joy of reading, and there's a lot of wonderful benefits to reading to children. If a student has dyslexia, they should be in special education and have an IEP. So let me remind you about that continuum of severity. One of my most favorite people I've worked with here at KSDE had dyslexia. She's a brilliant attorney, and she doesn't work here now, but she did then. She was the perfect person for me to have in a conversation with parents. She has dyslexia. She needed accommodations to finish law school. She has 3 sons. They're all dyslexic. One of them doesn't need anything except a strong Tier 1 instruction. He's in our public school system right now. He's flourishing. Another one needed a 504, needed some accommodations, and another one needed an IEP. So just because a student has dyslexia doesn't mean they need special education. Our evaluation will help us understand what level of support students need. Students with dyslexia will not be successful in upper level courses. That is not true. That is a myth. We as educators need to make sure that they can access the information and the material in that course, but that does not mean they will not be successful. Like I said, she finished law school. We have many people who have gone on to many upper level courses who are dyslexic. Another myth, a student is probably dyslexic if they read backwards or letters are written backwards. That's probably the most common. A lot of children write words backwards, read that eventually fades out. If it persists, you will want to look at that and make sure they've had good explicit instruction. But just seeing that, a lot of parents panic when they see that. But if you and I think about what a P, B, D, and a Q all look like, they look pretty much the same if they just get angled a different direction. Dyslexia can be remediated with colored overlays and a special font. There are a lot of people who've made a lot of money saying things like this, but the research does not play it out. Now, if I had a child that said it made their eyes feel better to use it, I would let them use that, but it will not correct the problem of dyslexia. There are certain programs that can cure dyslexia. So when you hear someone say, I have something, I have materials, I have a program that can cure dyslexia, that isn't really addressing the complexities of dyslexia. It might help them access their information, it might assist them, it might be the explicit instruction that's going to help unlock some sounds, some letters, some of the text for them, but there isn't anything that cures dyslexia. It is lifelong. It's too late to help a student learn to read once they've reached middle or high school. Not true. Adults can learn to read. It becomes more challenging when we look at high school scheduling and what it looks like to provide an intervention in high school, but it is not too late. It's important to also know that students in Kansas do not need an outside clinical diagnosis of dyslexia to receive reading intervention during the school day. Schools have a process for assessing students and determining the level of support students need. And dyslexia is not a medical condition. Many years ago, when I first started teaching, there was that information out there, but that is no longer. Remember, the science of reading changes. It is not considered a medical condition. We believe in Kansas, we begin screening students in Kansas for reading difficulties starting in kindergarten. Some are doing it in pre-K. They do it 3 times a year until the fall of 9th grade and then beyond if students are still at risk. And some people say, why do we have to keep doing it if they've always been fine? As texts get more complex and those screeners and benchmarks get more difficult, we're finding that some students can memorize a lot of words pretty well and hang in there for a bit, but once the texts get more complex, they will also show that they are struggling. It's interesting that some of our states who have stopped screening and only screened K-3 are now expanding screening. In Kansas, we have a pretty robust screening system in place. Schools can note on an IEP if a student does need different education on an IEP that a student does have dyslexia based on that comprehensive evaluation that our school psychologists and their teams do. Not all students who have difficulty reading have dyslexia either. It's important to note that we identify any student who is at risk. Those screeners we do aren't dyslexia tests. Those are screening for reading risk, whatever the cause may be. And any student that screens at risk needs additional support. And then it's our job to make sure that educators have the information and resources to meet the needs of their students. So these are some of the other topics I would love to come back and talk to you about, because these are all parts of the puzzle. How do we evaluate? What does the literacy cadre have to do with any of this? What are the middle and secondary supports we're providing? You can look at this list and you might have others, other ideas that you might want. But I did want you to know that everything that we do and everything I just mentioned, even that definition, is reflected in our school improvement model. I could point to, I could write a lot of action plans about what we just discussed based on the comprehensive opportunities we see in our new school improvement model. So if you have any questions?
Betty.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I really appreciate that. There are a couple of comments that I do want to make to highlight what you've talked about. And I can't remember, I think it was at a conference that the commissioner made the statement that you can tell what a board is committed to based on their agenda item. That's one profound thing that I remember.
You get one.
This board has talked about literacy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to show our level of commitment, we should have you on the agenda as often as possible. I don't care if it's every month, every 3 months, but we don't know what we don't know. We are fortunate to have 2 previous educators on the board, and there are probably a lot of things that they get that non-educators need to be educated on. We don't know what we don't know. And so your sharing this information helps put this entire board in a position to make what is best for all students in Kansas. And it is because of that that your presentations are integral to our growth, so that we can make decisions that are integral to our students' growth. So I expect you will be back.
I expect so too.
And again, Dr. Watson, thank you for that profound statement, because that's actually what put me on the road to thinking Tim Porter should not be the only one standing up preaching. We all need to be there.
Our hair's on fire, Betty.
You know? So with that, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. We will. And we love that you bring us examples every month of what is happening in our schools. It's beautiful. But yes, we will definitely get this back on.
I have one more favor to ask. I would like to put this new definition in place of the old definition in the dyslexia handbook that all educators will use. We usually make those revisions in June. So I would like to be doing that.
Yeah, we have to stay on top of it. Absolutely. Connie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My son was one of the early diagnosis where he needed a diagnosis or he wouldn't get any help in school. In the end, he taught himself how to read playing video games. And it just struck me that and a teacher took interest in introduced him to some books they really like to read. So, having seen that side, to see now this side, I think that's just great, just wonderful, because he struggled.
That's right.
Thank you.
All of the work you've done with all the letters, training, all of that is to help build that foundation.
Absolutely.
So we don't wait or have some student go through that.
And I loved the example, was it last month or a couple months ago, that was here with the middle school? Wasn't he an eighth grader? I had a couple of them, actually. So your myth you have shown to us precisely is a myth, because we've seen it. And I have a relationship with Fort Hayes and some of the staff. And so Dr. Miller was telling me about a ninth grader that she has been tutoring that went from a second grade level to a sixth grade level in 5 months. Like, it's just that explicit instruction that is so huge that they can make great gains. And I don't think she was dealing with dyslexia, but across the board, it makes the difference. So it's huge. So thank you for bringing this new definition to us, and we will see you next month to talk some more. Okay, thank you. Okay, round two, legislative priorities, and this time we got to finish. So we will pick back up. Hopefully you remember where we were. Sir?
I do. We just finished with human trafficking.
Okay.
So.
And where's my list? Okay.
So it would be number 3 was the one, next one on this particular slide. And again, just a reminder that this has been on the state board priorities because of the likelihood that just things come up during a legislative session. And again, that if it is something that maybe should go back to this advisory council, that's what we can talk about. So not saying whether it's good or bad, let's bring it back to the advisory council to get their opinion.
Madam Chair, may I real quickly?
Absolutely.
Because I would like, if you could say, when we talk about our legislative priorities, and I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, those of us that are on the board understand why we're voting on this and exactly what the outcome should be, but perhaps for newer members, not understanding that this is something we just want the legislator to take a look. If you could maybe introduce that a little bit and then go on.
So so how the state board has used legislative priorities in the past, you have 2 liaisons, and so Gabby and I, when we're going through the bills that are out there, we use the legislative priorities, and then we make sure that we let the liaison specifically on a regular basis know about bills that come up that impact schools or KSDE or the state board. Now, again, we do a monthly and even a weekly update for the board going through. Sometimes things come up quickly, and so the liaisons make a decision about whether or not the board is going to testify either in support or in opposition or even neutral to a particular bill, and we use these priorities to do that. And so the example I just used is that this actually comes a lot up with legislation about bullying or some other mental health situation that would be in a school. And so in some cases, if the school mental health advisory council hasn't already taken a position on it, the state board members may say, it's not this one might be one that's neutral about it. It's like, what we really need to do is take this back to the advisory council and let us work through our process as opposed to moving forward with the legislation at this time. It could be that it's something that the state board has already taken action on and it's opposed to it, so they might be opposed. Could be something that the state board already has been in support of, and maybe then it would be we testify in as a proponent. And so that's what this gets used for. And that's why some of these are still a little bit general, because you never know what's going to get introduced until it actually gets introduced.
Right, exactly. Does that help, Betty? Okay, thank you. So for number 3, Jim Porter, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Is this working?
It is.
Let me give you a little history of this. The reason that we actually started the Mental Health Advisory Committee is because about the time I got on the board, we were going through the Jason Flatt Act, which deals with suicide. The state board had already, or the department had already met with the family and had a proposal ready. But then it was taken over by the legislature, and their solution was to add professional development for an hour. As a matter of fact, they had the discussion about whether or not it should be 1 hour or 2 hours. And the next year, I believe it was Aaron's Law was presented, which is sexual abuse. And at that time we thought, and the solution was going to be an hour of professional development. We thought that we need to look at mental health issues like that, all of which are important, and all of which affect students on a comprehensive basis instead of a piecemeal basis. And so this was actually a reaction for the purpose of putting something together where we can look at mental health globally instead of just throwing out a professional development activity required 1 day a year. And for those of you that have been in schools, there is what is it?
Bloodborne pathogens.
Bloodborne pathogens. It's a requirement. I was the superintendent for 13 years in Kansas, and we watched the movie 13 times.
And they still are.
Basically, nobody paid attention. If it becomes like that, nobody pays attention. We need to have better comprehensive programs that actually meet the needs of students based on what's happening today. All of these things are important, but they're not something that you can throw an hour of professional development and solve. So this went into effect the first time I was chair of the board in direct response to every year somebody else's law came up, and we thought we needed to look at it that way, and that we needed to actually have a major comprehensive plan instead of throwing a little professional development here and there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion, anybody? Yes, no, maybe? Go for it, Jim.
I move that we add ongoing work of the recommendations of the School Mental Health Advisory Council, including but not limited to bullying prevention efforts for suicide prevention and awareness of child abuse and neglect programs.
In the 2026 legislative priorities, I'll finish for you.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Second. Connie? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. 811, okay. And then for number 5.
So again, this is with federal funds, we are already doing a lot with farm to plate. This would be if the legislature decided to have an initiative, and that could be through the Department of Agriculture or through the Department of Education. It could be in any place. But if they want us to be a part of it, this just helps us advocate for what we would need in order to do that.
Right. Betty?
Madam Chair, I move to include the expansion of Farm to Plate initiative to support student and family access to healthy foods in local communities in the 2026 legislative priorities.
In a second. Beryl? I want to put in here because this reminds me of what I wanted to say, so it feels like the place. When we were at the superintendent gala, I was able to speak with Superintendent Tyson Esslinger from Morris County, and he was before the board about a year or so ago talking about their farm to plate initiatives and the things that they were doing, and which had been through a grant and what they had started and the things they were doing. But because they took that, they clipped it out of our board video, put it out on their social media, and created quite the storm, apparently, of local ranchers and farmers saying, hey, we didn't know you were doing that. We're in. We want a part of that. So they get started in these ways with these grants, but then it allows them to move out and get more and more community support as they start building the program. So that's the part that I think is so key in that. And I was just like, kudos for taking that and going with it. So it was just really fascinating to hear that he'd had that from that day here at the board meeting, able to use that to expand even further. So it was beautiful. So all in favor? 10-0. Wonderful, thank you. Moving along.
All right, so now we're on to funding. And so the first one is about this has been a longstanding item for the state board, only using public funds to fund public education, or public schools.
Anybody? Betty?
Madam Chair, I move to include only using public education funds for public schools in the 2026 legislative priorities.
And do I have a second? Michelle? Debbie, you have a comment?
Well, I actually have a question. So
Okay.
one of the, there's a school, McAdams Academy in Wichita, that takes the kids who have been kicked out of school. And they, at one point, were getting funding, I think, through Hutchinson. Are you familiar, Dennis? Yeah. And they've lost that. Is this going to not support those schools who are, I mean, 259's getting the money and they're not educating the kids. I don't understand how that works.
So if they are enrolled in a public school, then they would receive public funding. So this would not have an impact on that. I don't, that's a specific situation that I'd have to get more information about.
They have a whole school. It's not a specific one situation. It's a whole school of kids who have been expelled. So they were in the seat count with whatever school they were expelled from, whatever district they were expelled from. And now this private school is picking these kids up so they don't just end up on the street, but they're getting no support from the state. So I look at this and I say, well, what about those schools who are actually educating the kids that have been expelled?
So if it's a private school and they're functioning as a private school, then they're not getting public funding. There are, I think at one time the school you're talking about was using a virtual program through a public school. So then they would be public school students and would be receiving public schools. It would depend on how they set up the way that they do education.
I don't know. I know they lost that funding, and they didn't change their education. They are still following the accreditation standards of us, so that they could have gotten that money. It was just he just said that it was taken away.
You also accredit private schools that don't receive public funding.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I could address that, because there were some specific concerns. That's kind of a unique situation. It was flow through, but even on flow through, there still are guidelines that they have to meet. There was a specific problem. The reason that they lost that funding, it wasn't because they were private, because they really are a flow through, and I think that particular problem had something to do with wording in the contract. Doesn't really fall under this because they do get flow through. They're supposed to get the flow through funding.
Okay.
I know, but that was a specific reason.
But they'd have to have a partnership with a public school and have the students enrolled in a public school to receive public funds.
Right.
Correct. Okay. We have the motion and a second. All in favor? 9 opposed? 1. 9-1, that passes. Okay. Number 2, underfunding.
So on special education, so in July, the board approved a recommendation for the budget of getting to 80% of excess costs for the 27 fiscal year, which is next year with the one we're talking about. At that time, the estimate was $92 million to get to 80%. After the fall consensus estimates, because of the increase in cost in the 24-25 school year and a reduction in Medicaid because of the cost settlement that so many of you are aware of, that estimate is now up to $145 million. I will say that the other things that's changed when it comes to funding is that your requests in the budget were a total of about $165 million, including the 142 or 145 million for special education. Due to a 12,000 student reduction in weighted FTE, the state, based on what they've already appropriated for 2027, would see a savings of about $100 million. So the net increase of your request is $65 million. So there's been a lot of change even since July. And the way that what's happened, the state actually will save about $160 million this year in FY26 based on the reduction of weighted FTE.
I just think, Madam Chair, that's really important for you to know as you meet with legislators and they're talking about increased funding. That was allocated to schools in last year's budget. It was not spent because there was a decrease in student enrollment. And because of that, there would be money to basically fund your priority towards special education at no additional or very little additional increase above what was already allocated in last year's budget.
Gotcha.
That goes to the general fund of the state, and the state then determines now where to use it. So it's very important because I think you're going to hear that a lot, and I just want you to be aware of the details of that.
But the difference with that is that so the state board's budgetary goal for FY27 was to get to 80%. Your legislative priority for many years has been to get to the statutorily required 92% of excess special education excess costs. And again, I will tell you, just remind everybody again, that doesn't mean that school districts are only supposed to come up with 8% of special education. It's really about 25%, because part of the excess cost calculation is subtracting out the general education funding they get because the students are general education students first. So
Right.
it's more to it. People try to simplify it and saying, well, we should only be paying 8% of the costs. Well, you've already gotten some of the other money too.
So do we need to talk about whether we're changing that percentage in our legislative priorities?
So your legislative priority is to get to 92% at some time to keep going towards that.
So
I just wanted you to know that the dollar amount changed for your budgetary goal of 80% for 2027.
Okay.
And I know you have a lot of questions, Madam Chair, but remember this now as you're talking to school districts. They're going to tell you, wow, we're really struggling with money. Many of them are going to tell you that. 2 reasons. They're declining in enrollment because birth rates are down, and they're transferring a large amount of money into special ed because special ed is not being fully funded at the statutory amount. And you heard a lot of this morning talking about cost around one area of special ed. So that's why school districts are telling you that they're struggling to money, because they're not growing. So even the state gave more money, and they're transferring large amounts of money into special ed out of their general fund.
Right. Betty?
Okay, and actually the comment on that, because many people are still saying, okay, you're telling us that gen ed suffers because of SPED. And as that kind of sinks in, that SPED is going to be funded, period. Am I correct?
Right.
So
Yeah.
if something is in the IEP, the district would have to provide it.
Right, right. And so this, in a sense, kind of addresses that, because there are many, there still are many people that don't understand or get that SPED is going to be funded first, and then gen ed. And when we look at this, our priority should be not to deprive gen ed. I mean, I think that's something that we really have to remember when we're looking at this. We do not want to deprive gen ed, and so to fund SPED at the level that it should be funded ensures gen ed.
Right.
That was a comment that I wanted to make, and then I'll be prepared to make that motion whenever you're ready. I know you have someone else on there.
Okay. Connie?
Thank you. I guess my concern is, as enrollment continues to decline, what's the plan to make sure schools have enough money? I mean, this is going to be a problem continuing down the road, whether it's special ed or just gen ed. Is there a plan? Are we looking at, hopefully, that the new funding formula will kind of break in and take take up some of that slack? I mean, that's my concern.
So, I mean, I'll make this point again. I've made it to districts. The $160 million that the state will save on K-12 education, the current formula for general education is still fully funded. One of the things that Randy alluded to that districts will be facing is declining enrollment, and then next year, the base that goes up by CPIU is only supposed to go up by about 3%, and they've had 5% and higher things. So some districts are going to find that the increase in the base is not making up for the decrease in the enrollment. So districts will be faced with the problem of some of them will need to be making some
Very hard
pretty
decisions.
significant cuts based on their current enrollment. And that's a difficult thing to do, because if you lose 2 students out of a third grade class, it doesn't mean you need 1 fewer third grade teacher. So those are the difficulties with that. But that's the way the formula works right now. It's student based. There aren't students there, students in waitings, and that's decreased. Again, for several years, the base was going up fast enough that it kind of made up for some of those losses. Districts will have to be looking at that. The new funding formula, when it comes out, we'll see what that does to do that. Now, the comment has been made, they're not trying to save money, but I haven't heard anybody really talking about we need to be putting more money in. They are talking about, are we putting the money in the right places, which will, again, be coming up as well.
Yes, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Try to make this short. And we've had this conversation, I think, a year ago, Dr. Frank, but what is the significance of the legislative audit? It's like the legislative audit that happens across the street when they look at budgeting. And in 22, I think they spoke about education being funded at 137%. How does that fit into the picture?
I don't think that was an audit.
So every time legislative post-audit has done a look at school funding, they've actually said the legislature should put more money in. So every study that they've done have actually said that to meet their goals of the Rose capacities and the state board goal of 75% of all students being proficient, you would need to add a lot more money. Now, legislative post-audit has looked at different parts of the formula. And so there's been about at-risk and bilingual, and that's come back with several different things. But I've not seen an audit an official audit that says that. Now, I've heard lots of numbers thrown around by different people that said that, like district special education excess costs as an example. That is a statewide calculation that's to determine the appropriation that the legislature should make. Now we are required to apply that at the district level. And I will tell you that the range for 2 years ago was between 40% and 800% of excess costs. The problem with that is the 800% was in a co-op. And when you look at district level expenses and funding, if you're in a co-op, you get a proportionate share. It's not actually related to your specific expenses that year. And you do that on purpose because you want to be in the bigger group, because if you get the really expensive student one year, you're sharing the cost, but then when that student goes away, your costs go way back down, but now you're sharing it before. So the district level part, when you start looking at co-ops and our locals, that really messes that up. And so, yeah, there are districts that when you do the math, looks like they're getting a lot more, but when you put it back into the co-op and then you also consider low enrollment as being part of that, it kind of averages it back out. So that same calculation showed that to get to 92%, the legislature was short $180 million.
It gets fun. Okay, Betty, ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to include following state statute and moving towards funding 92% of the excess costs of special education in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second. Melanie, all in favor? Ten zero passes. Okay. Next on the list, number 3,
I think Commissioner Watson explained that really well today when he was talking about the Kinder Can conferences that he's been going to. So,
But the funding is really changing in that realm, correct?
So I'll give you one example. You've heard of something called the pre-K pilot. The pilot's been in statute for how long, Gabby?
Most of my life.
It's not a pilot.
2018, I think. Yeah.
Those have been just flat funded for many, many years. So whether it's parents as teachers or 4-year-old at risk, pre-K pilot, the same amount of money gets put in, and of course costs have gone up. So there's fewer and fewer dollars to go to those programs, and there's more requests for those than what we have. So,
Okay.
Madam Chair, you ready?
Yes.
I move to include opportunities to expand and fund early childhood and kindergarten readiness in the 2026 legislative process priorities.
Second. Jim? All in favor? Yes. Yes. Opposed? 7-3. Okay. Number 4.
So the next one is about transportation. This would be for unsafe conditions that are under 2.5 miles. I don't foresee much happening with that part of the formula this year. However, that has been a discussion among the funding task force that Mr. Porter sits on. And so if this is a legislative priority, he can represent that at the task force. So chances of it being legislation this year are slim, probably will be the following year, but also would be part of the task force going forward.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move to include funding transportation for all students in all unsafe situations, regardless of mileage, in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second. Melanie? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely.
So Frank, do we keep the whatever's in statute, and then that would be an addition to, like if it's 3 miles or 5 miles, 2.5 miles?
So currently it's 2.5 miles,
Okay.
but what a change would do is set up a situation where if there is an interstate highway across the street from the elementary school, hopefully they don't do that, but then the distance is only 600 yards, but you could get transportation to do that. Railroad crossings, rivers, all those kinds of things come into play.
So this would be an addition too?
Yes.
They would keep the 2.5 miles, and then they would look at that on a case-by-case basis?
Something was unsafe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. All in favor? 10-0. Okay.
All right, and the last one on this page is about the teacher apprenticeship program. It's still in its infancy, and we don't know that there's any threat to its funding, but that comes up in the budget all the time. And certainly, if you've talked to Mr. Carter, he talks quite a bit about the number of folks we have in there and it making a difference in our teacher vacancies. So that's why it's back on here.
Yes, absolutely.
Madam Chair? I move to include continued funding for the teacher apprenticeship program in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second. Beryl? All in favor? I think we got a 9 opposed. Present not voting. 9-0-1. Okay.
All right. So the next one is increased state support for bond and interest. In 2015, they started changing the calculation for bond and interest state aid. It's called capital improvement state aid in the budget. What this means is that this would be funding where you equalize what individuals have to pay based on the district's average valuation per pupil. We have state aid for both capital outlay and supplemental state aid, or LOB. This one has changed. And so at this point, we're down to about 90 districts that actually qualify for bond and interest state aid. And so what that's done is it's made bond issues much more expensive for most of the districts in the state. So this is, again, started in 2018. It got changed again 2 other times. And so There will come a time in the not too distant future where the amount of funding the state is paying towards bond and interest state aid will decrease drastically because all the bond issues that were passed before 2015 will start to get paid off, and that will go on. I will say that I think the legislature tried to solve their problem in two ways. They put in a bond cap, which meant that if the state aid was going to continue to go up, you couldn't get state aid. But then they also changed the way they did state aid, and so now we have a bond cap and less state aid. So it's made things more difficult.
And Frank, can you speak to what's the real effect then as you're looking at especially rural districts that don't have a large assessed valuation and they're trying now to either improve facilities or build a new one? What's happening to the mill rates to the taxpayers in those?
So we've seen mill rates and bond applications as high as 30, and that's really difficult to get past. If the mill rate is that high, that means that there's not a lot of assessed valuation. Now, it could also mean that they're trying for too big a bond, but I mean, the voters need to be thinking about as well. But at some point, it will make it difficult for low valuation districts to maintain equitable facilities compared to their higher valuation neighbors or colleagues. And just of the about $200 million that we spend on capital improvement state aid, about 80% of it goes to bonds that were passed before 2015. Very little of it's going to anything that's been passed since then because of the change in the rates.
Gotcha. Dennis?
Well, at the local level and the taxpayer level, this is extra burden, right?
So, I mean, actually, if the legislature really wanted to look at property tax reduction, this is direct property tax reduction because it goes towards paying the bonds, which then there's nothing the district can do but lower the mill levy for that. And so they get the state aid, and then that directly lowers the bond mill levy. So yes, the burden is falling more and more on the local taxpayers and not being shared statewide.
That's really difficult. Go ahead. Oh, so I'm sorry, Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm perceiving is that there seems to be quite a few schools that are trying to push through bond issues that are really not very popular to the voter. It costs the schools money, and it seems that this just makes it more attractive for them to be pressured even more to get more bonds. And we're talking about schools decreasing, enrollment going down, decreased need of schools. So it just seems to be a conflict. Like I just know in 259, they basically gave away a school, and they're closing down schools and yet still asking for bonds for bigger schools. So it seems like if I was to need a different house to downsize, I would sell the house I have and use the money from it to get a smaller house.
And I would say that that's a very complex situation that the voters need to be thinking about what the plan is. I will say a common plan right now is in the 50s and 60s, you built much smaller elementary schools. I mean, to the point where at some point you didn't have school lunch. So students went home, walked home for lunch and came back. So some things that districts are doing a lot of is
resizing,
getting rid of these smaller schools and building larger schools. Part of it is because those are less expensive for the general fund expenditures. And so you can do more with the general fund expenditures as opposed to now heating and cooling more and doing all those kinds of things. You can also be much more efficient with staff. So I'm not going to say that there aren't school districts out there that have put way too much in a bond to try to do too much, and the voters should know that and move forward with it. That's not true for all of them, and I think that's where you're going to get into a discrepancy later on is the districts that really need to do something that can't because of the local tax burden. So, but it really does need to be a local decision.
Betty?
And I would like to comment on the 259 because for years studies have been conducted. As population shifts, there are a lot of neighborhoods that had robust kids running around that now are just elderly neighborhoods. And so schools exist still in those neighborhoods that don't really have the capacity of children. That's one of the major things that did happen with 259. And it does cost, because now you're taking what could have been neighborhood schools, busing kids into a neighborhood that's elderly, and so you have transportation costs. So sometimes it's a lot more than what meets the eye. As neighborhoods have aged out, population is shifting more south than north, or east than west. They're trying to respond based on those needs. So it's not just, well, we're going to close this building down and ask to build others. There were a lot of extenuating circumstances. And that was the case with 259, which may well be the case with other districts. This is where it is very important for the community to go to those sessions that they offer, where you can ask those questions. Exactly, why are you doing this? Mm-hmm. It's a local decision. The local people in that district are the ones that get to decide whether they should pass a bond issue or not, based on the validity of information that was presented to them. So it's always wise, if your district is asking for a bond issue, you have the right and the responsibility to go and hear what's going on. Why are we doing this? And if those reasons appear to be valid to you, then you vote for. If those reasons appear not so valid, then you vote against. But again, that is more like the local district deciding that. Thank you, and whenever you're ready.
Go for it. Number 6.
Okay, number 6. I had to look where we were. I move to include increased state support on bond and interest in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second. Jim, all in favor? Opposed? 2. Present not voting? 1. 7-1. Okay.
All right.
Next.
So this next one is financial support for school districts to enhance and improve their cybersecurity efforts. Dennis asked earlier about legislative audit. So Legislative Post Audit did an audit last summer about school district accounting systems. And so what they found is that the accounting parts were in pretty good shape. What I would call the IT security situations needed some work. And so during those hearings, there was, what can we do? So we are working on some guidance for that. Our IT department it's to serve the department. It doesn't serve the districts. If they want us to do that, then they could we could take more staff and try to do some of that. They've also talked about OITS, which is the information technology system for the state, and can they provide support for districts like they do for state agencies? And so if some of those things come up, either of those agencies would need staff to do that, because that's not currently how we're built. And so those would be things that this would cover with us, is that the smaller the district, sometimes the harder it is for them to keep up. Mm-hmm. So if there were people kind of watching for them and then advising them, that could be a positive thing.
Yeah, for sure. I would hear a motion. Melanie's going to take this one.
All right.
I got a look from Betty. I move to include financial support for school districts to enhance and improve their cybersecurity efforts in the 2026 legislative priorities.
And second, Betty. All in favor? 10-0. Thank you.
All right, so this next one is highlighted because it is new, and it actually is in response to the budget cuts that came last year along with a number of things that said we should just do it with our existing resources. So it's about providing adequate funding for the Kansas Department of Education and the State Board of Education to allow the implementation of their staff constitutional and statutory duties. Did get a question about some things about the state board's role with the Kansas School for the Deaf and the Kansas School for the Blind. And so because you are their school board, and you haven't in the past given testimony for their budget requests, if you were to add into this Kansas State Board of Education, the Kansas State School for the Deaf, and the Kansas State School for the Blind, what that would do is then the liaisons could write testimony in support of their budget requests or other things that are going on with that. I think that's actually, hadn't thought about it before because it hadn't been on the list, but
yeah,
especially if there's any requests coming in this session that are from different than what has been in the past, and if the state board is in favor of that, I think that's a positive thing, and then it just kind of makes it a general way of, yeah, we're their board, we would support them as well, just like any other school board would or could do legislative agendas for their schools.
Absolutely. And I do appreciate, because Debbie Potter actually brought that forward, and it's a really good idea. Melanie, did you have a comment?
Actually, I did, but Frank just covered it, so.
Okay. Okay. And Debbie, a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank you for bringing that up because I saw it wasn't on the list. I was just waiting till you got to the last one and say, could we put this on there? But I would like to ask that we just separate it out because she does specifically ask that $300,000 that they received for the reading resource teachers, that was really important to the parents so that it looks to me like they were asking for a total of 400, and they seem very familiar with what they need for their teachers and the resource teachers. And so maybe if we gave something a little more specific to the legislators that they're looking for, that's what they went door knocking and got. Last year, they went and said, we specifically need this much, and they had to find where to get it. And so kind of matching that amount might be nice because it's already been done 1 year.
So, and the board can add, be as specific as you want to. So just like we talked about with special education, we didn't add these specific amounts in there because if we get too tight with this, then as things change, it makes it difficult. Certainly if you wanted to make a separate bullet for Kansas School for the Deaf and Kansas School for the Blind, that makes perfect sense. I would advise against getting too specific because you want to be able to react to what happens as it goes along. Because if they say, well, it's not $300,000, it's $350,000, do you have to be opposed to it now because it's too high? So, I mean, and that's the way we kind of do it. Yeah,
that's
the priorities.
Fair. I would like it split out, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I think it's fine. And it's just that we didn't change it on the slideshow because it wasn't discussed last month, but since it came up in between, it's like,
So
this is where it seems to
add
fit.
in another motion in the process. So, okay,
Well, I'll wait till this one's done. You're on this one?
it doesn't matter.
Okay, all right.
Say again, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair, then.
What are we doing?
Go
Okay,
ahead,
Michelle has,
So it's just whether or not you're going to add Kansas School for the Deaf into the one that's there.
We're doing it
Or
separate.
you can do a second one and just substitute Kansas School for the Blind and Kansas School for the Deaf for the department and the state board. Either way will work.
So I moved to add in Kansas School for the Blind and Deaf, correct?
just speak
No,
whatever
separate.
you want to say.
Okay, so I moved to include adequate funding for the Kansas Department of Education and the Kansas State Board of Education to allow for the implementation of their constitutional and statutory duties in the 2026 legislative priorities to include as well as School for the Deaf and the Blind.
So I think you can, and you guys can do it the way you want to. You could stop with that one, we could vote on that one, and then a second motion would basically be the same thing, but split out the School for the Deaf and School for the
Michelle,
Blind.
do you have an issue with separating them out? Do you not want to?
No, we can include them together, it's fine.
I was just wanting to separate them out. Do you have?
Oh, then
but
no,
If you
then-
don't.
okay, so period, and then let's
Okay,
vote.
and then I'll make a separate. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so
wasn't
the
a reason.
motion is for the Department of Education and the State Board, the highlighted part on the screen. So do I have a second?
I have a
Debbie?
second.
All in favor? Okay, great, 10-0. Next,
Would you like me?
Sure, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move to include adequate funding for the Kansas State School for the Deaf and the Kansas State School for the Blind to allow for implementation of 2026 legislative priorities. I don't know.
Yep. Okay, perfect. A second. Michelle, all in favor? 10-0? Okay.
All right, so the next one, only the first part of it changed, and it's funding to provide equitable compensation for the state board. So in your budget, you already have the amount that's in there. This got changed because last year we needed a change in the statute. They changed the statute so you can pay yourself whatever you want. You just don't have any money to do it with. So this is just asking for your ability to be paid, because there is still a state statute that says you're supposed to be paid the same as the legislators. But that is now a dead statute because it doesn't connect to anything else.
Yeah, that's interesting. Betty?
Thank you. I forgot to turn this on. And I guess the thing that's been so bothersome with me on this, our policy still reflects the old,
Yeah, I think we're in the process.
that's associated, yeah. And if, I'm wondering, I mean, do we deal with that in the policy, or do we wait to see how this is going to emerge, or?
If I may.
Yeah.
So the state law allows for you to pay yourselves any way you want to. So it makes the most sense to me to ask for the funding. If you get the funding, then you can determine how you're going to distribute it. Now, we based the budget request on an amount of money that would be basically the same way the legislators get paid in their new formula. And so actually it's the same as what got passed by the House last year and then didn't make it to the Senate. So that's how we came together with the budgeted amount. But because the law says you can do it any way you want, you get the funding, you can, because we talked about, because the legislature moved to a salary versus per diem. We talked about that, but we left it alone because there wasn't any money to do anything with.
Debbie?
I'm sorry, he answered my question.
Okay, great. Melanie?
So, if I recall correctly, the conversation that the legislature had last year was that they had a $140,000 line item for the state board salaries, and that we just divvy that up. However, at this point, the current funding that's coming from the legislature, or lack thereof, makes this a financial hardship for many of us. And most of our board members, if you look at what they're getting as salary, if you go look it up, open records, we're around $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 per year. You were going to say something. I'll pause.
So I was going to say that. So what was proposed last year and passed the House was actually a system that paid you the same way that the legislature gets paid, which is you get one rate for coming to meetings and you get another rate for the days other than that, which because they have a session rate and a non-session rate. And so the total of that was $144,000. We originally had it so that you got the same rate the whole time. It got negotiated down separately. What ended was pay yourselves whatever you want to, but you don't get any money to do it with. Pay it out of existing resources.
Right.
Yeah. So all this does is we're asking for the same amount of money that would pay you the same way the legislators are currently being paid. It actually also has a 4% increase because that's what they've put into their budget for next year.
Which is what we did on the budget in July. Connie?
Yes, just so you know, upfront, I will be voting no on this because my daughter called and wanted to know how come I was making so much money on the State Board of Education. So I'm going to, happy family.
Yes.
My wife called and asked why I'm not making more.
Good response. Jim?
If this were to pass, it likely would not affect me because, I'm a lame duck. But I see this as an issue of respect. And I believe that the fact that it was not done, and by the way, I get in trouble for saying things like I'm getting ready to say, it is a show of lack of respect, not only to the State Board of Education, but education in general that I hear frequently. So I'm going to be voting yes. I'll make the motion, even though I likely will not have a dog in this fight, but I certainly would hope that that it adds to the respect of the people. I have respect for the people of this room. I believe that the people, yeah, even people on this side. I believe it is a matter of respect, and that we should. We're not going to get the respect unless we demand it. So, if you're ready, Madam Chair, I move that funding to provide equitable compensation for the state board members in line with recent changes in the legislative compensation, plus the other words I'm supposed to use.
2026 legislative priorities. Second. Betty. All in favor? That would be an 8 opposed. 2. 8 to 2.
All right.
Okay.
So I think this is the last slide. So the next one is educational governments. So you'll notice the first part of this one has been there for a long time. We've added a section to it. So we talked about the constitutional authority of the State Board of Education. This we added to it, including your authority to accredit schools and through the Kansas Education System of Accreditation. The reason for this is that there have been a number of bills introduced in the recent past specifically about accrediting schools. And so I think that what the state board has been doing is that we have the system we're working on. We think it's going to be, we have faith in doing this. Let us do our work to implement it.
Okay. There it is. I would hear a motion. Then it would be the entire paragraph up there or on your sheet, right?
I'm happy to read it, Madam Chair.
Go for it.
I move to include the constitutional authority given to the State Board of Education, the Kansas Legislature, and the Governor, including the State Board's authority to accredit school systems through the continued implementation of the Kansas Education System of Accreditation in the 2026 legislative priorities.
And a second? I got 3 of them. I'll take Connie's. And all in favor? 10-0 vote. And next one be?
So next is for Acacia. It's the same kind of thing that there aren't very many legislative sessions don't go by where somebody introduces a bill that does something to Acacia. And again, Acacia is the Association of High Schools. They have a representation from across the state where they make their own rules. Yeah. And so this is just saying you support their ability to make their own rules.
Okay. Michelle?
Want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. I move to include the governance responsibilities assigned to the Kansas State High School Activities Association in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second. Betty, Jim, pick one. Sorry. Getting a little punchy. All in favor? 10-0 vote.
And then the next one is for local school boards, so it's the same situation. Again, there's never a shortage of bills that say schools will do this or schools will do that. Sometimes it's because you're upset with one particular school district and then those things happen. And so, again, it's just let's let the process work as opposed to making a new law about it.
Okay. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was concerned last year that was used as the reason for opposition against the legislative fetal video.
Yes.
And I thought that was a very broad application to it, and this is a very broad statement, the authority of local boards. So it could be very undermining of very legitimate things that either the legislature or we would want to do. So while I think that the authority of local boards of education is important, I do think that we should not use it too broad brushed without coming back to the board for clarification on things that might be a little bit controversial like that was.
Any other comments? Motion? Melanie?
I move to include the authority of local boards of education in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second? Betty? All in favor? Nine opposed? Present not voting? Okay, 901.
And the last one is a new one, and that goes along with one of your board goals about policy, regulation, and alignment. So if you are changing regulation or getting rid of them is a little easier, you will need the help of the regulation committee. And so this is just going to be kind of saying ahead of time, when we're trying to do these, we're trying to change regulations to make things better, please help us.
Right, absolutely. Part of our board goals as well. Anybody? Okay, Dennis, go for it.
I'm going to get on the act. I move to include support in eliminating, revising, and designing regulations to enhance the school improvement process, allowing school systems to focus on student success in the 2026 legislative priorities.
Great. And a second? Melanie, all in favor? 10-0 vote. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gabby.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you.
And as the legislative session gets started on January 12th, we will keep you up to date on what's happening.
Okay, that'll get busy soon. Apparently we were supposed to vote on that.
You've got a break schedule. I don't know if you want to go slide through it. You've got a break right now scheduled.
Oh, we
I
do.
don't know if you want to go
Do you guys want to break or move into the next one real quick? What would you? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 4:20.
Pile up some more raisins just for you.
Were those raisins? Okay, we are back from break, with most of us here. We have Kelly Cheney with our Director of Child Nutrition and Wellness, woo, our favorite subject, which, by the way, would be under Board Goal 1, Quality School Improvement. Yes? Yes. So we're going to have her give us, we had a receive item last month about some contracts, so I will let her remind us where we're at. Thank you.
There we go. So, all right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and State Board members, and thank you for your continued support of the expansion of Farm to Plate initiatives by including that as one of the board's legislative priorities for 2026. So last month, I had the opportunity to share with you the details of the revisions to our Healthy Kansas menus, which is an expansion of the Farm to Plate initiative work that our team is doing. And with the revisions to those Healthier Kansas menus, we are incorporating recipes that focus on local foods, and we will not only be providing the recipes, the menus, we'll be developing a purchasing guide, some seasonality information, things like that. So the Healthier Kansas menus are just long overdue for revisions, and this is just a perfect time to really, really keep that momentum that our team is doing surrounding Farm to Plate initiatives. And so if you have any questions,
Does anybody have any comments or questions? This is just near and dear to my heart. My hair is almost as much on fire for this as it is for literacy. It's really close second. So, but I do, if you would want to speak to, you have somebody who's retiring from your midst.
Yes. So Barb Depew, our Farm to Plate project director, retired on Friday, and many of you have had the opportunity to interact with Barb. She's been in front of the state board numerous times. Through her leadership, we have really made great strides in the Farm to Plate work that is being done in Kansas and really across the nation. Although I jokingly say we never let the good ones get too far. And Barb did allude to the fact that she could be enticed back with fun projects. So air quotes fun, right?
Okay.
And so
Did you tell her every project's fun?
I know, right?
Yes.
When it comes to Farm to Plate, truly it is a bright spot, and it is fun. And yes, so anyway, so just a FYI on that one. But
Glad to hear it.
Yes.
How many years had she been with?
She has been with Child Nutrition or with KSDE for 17 years, and she worked in child nutrition programs for 25 years. She was the food service director at Wamego Public Schools prior to joining the Child Nutrition and Wellness team.
I did catch that in the KSDE Weekly and just thought of it as you stepped up. So I thought we should honor her service and thank her for what she's done.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for a motion.
Yes.
Betty, the motion lady, is going to go for it.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the contract with USD 268 Cheney, USD 336 Holton, and Manhattan Catholic School for testing of the Healthier Kansas menu revisions with an alternative backup of USD 362 Prairie View.
Yes. And a second. Debbie is our second. Everybody in favor? 10-0 vote. Very exciting. Yay.
Thank you so much. We're so excited.
It is exciting. Yes. Thank you so much.
And you all really, truly do have an open invitation to come to any of the test sites. But Debbie, I will get you that invitation.
Okay.
I already gave them a heads up. So
wonderful. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did have my name on there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even
No,
look.
that's okay. I have actually gotten some pushback from my local board member connections I've made that they are not really happy with this because they are throwing a lot of food away. So what response do I give them? How do I encourage them? Because I do agree with the pretext of healthy food at school.
So. Yes, and that's one of the important components when we're testing these menus. We will be collecting student acceptance data. So, yes, as far as the do the students like the recipes, right? Because healthy food is not good if it is going into the trash. And so, yeah. And the one of the things with the menus is that it's not going to be just you have to prepare and serve this menu exactly as is. We will incorporate some alternatives, some variations to those menus that the schools can take and they can tweak to meet their student preferences. And that's why it's so important to get that feedback from our food service directors as well as the students. And so
Thank you, and I do need a follow-up of the recipe for that red hard wheat, whatever that was here. Yeah, because my husband actually got angry at me because the Amazon driver dropped off that wheat flour, and he was like, what is this, and why did I spend $20-some on it? So,
because good food costs money. Dennis.
Yeah, I just want to really thank you for this initiative. I think, one question, how do you choose the three? I mean, just by application, or I know we gave awards and stuff, but can you just tell us a little bit as to why these three schools were chosen?
Well, during one of our town halls, so we host a monthly town hall, and it is open to all of our schools. And we gave our schools a heads up that we said, hey, we are planning on revising these menus, and we're going to need some test schools. And so I will tell you, we had a lot of schools very interested in helping us test. But when it really came down to it, we had to push the testing back because of some glitches with the nutrient analysis software that we had. And so we had to push it back to this spring. And the spring is a really challenging time to test. So we'll begin testing mid-January through early March to get those 6 weeks in there. So that kind of narrowed down the pool of folks that truly were able to test. So they all volunteered. There was no arm twisting by any means on that.
Okay.
So.
When you talk to Barb, just tell her thank you for her work, because I just we had a great day. My daughter, I think I told you how
on the tour.
My grandkids were able to enjoy that day at Mays, and that was just a special time together, and just wonderful initiative that they're doing. So
Yes, we're continuing those farm tours, just FYI.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I'll tell her.
All right. Thank you so much,
you.
Kelly. Okay, up next, to a really great, mostly ending to our day, Nathan McAllister, Humanities Program Manager, and we're going to have a teacher highlight. Exciting, and sorry for the wait, truly. We're a little behind schedule, but thank you for being here.
No problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are here again with a Building Better Citizens Innovative Curriculum Contest national winner. Today is our third place contestant out of the nation, and it's Thomas Fulbright from Hope Street Academy. And I want to get to our next, and his title of his lesson is Becoming American, What Does It Take to Become an American Citizen? And a little bit about Gilder Lehrman. I know we did this last time, but just as a refresher, Gilder Lehrman is out of New York City. They are a national organization, and just to put a little bit of context behind that, Gilder Lehrman works with 36,000 schools across the nation, 14 million students, and 97,000 teachers. Through the Building Better Citizens Innovative Curriculum Contest, teachers had the opportunity to share a single class period lesson, creatively using questions from the citizenship test as an activity or assessment. These lessons were evaluated by master teachers from across the nation based on clarity, rationale, methodology, standards alignment, creativity, engagement, and differentiation. Our winner, third place in the nation, is Thomas Fulbright from Hope Street Academy, Board District 6. And he is an 18-year veteran at Hope Street Academy. He teaches American history, current social issues, historical inquiry, and economics. He has a master's degree in social studies from the University of Kansas and is working on his master's degree because he is a James Madison Fellow from the state of Kansas. He is also the 2018 Gilder Lehrman Kansas History Teacher of the Year. So several honors, and is currently working on a Library of Congress grant and is trying to build a professional development around that grant for teachers across the state of Kansas. So lots going on in Thomas's world, and he is also one of our KSD teacher leaders. And after this, he is leaving to go do a PD in Girard. So, without further ado, Thomas Fulbright.
Thanks for having me here. Yeah, kind of busy. Before I go on about my stuff, real quick, I think you guys need to know how amazing Nate is. He's doing such a good job of elevating social studies in Kansas. Like, so many great things are happening, and he's behind a lot of it. Thank you all for your recent change in cell phone policy. I have to let you know I'm having one of the best school years I've had in a long time. Like, it's been so great. It's been so great. Kids are paying attention. Kids are engaged. It's fantastic. Okay, so about this lesson, really the inspiration from this lesson came from an experience I had in 2023 at the Brown versus Board Museum. There's this program called the Teacher Ranger Teacher, and a teacher gets to spend basically the summer working at national parks. So we have one of those here, and I spent the summer working at Brown versus Board. And while I was there, I got to attend a nationalization ceremony. If you've never been, you need to go. It is so moving seeing those people be that committed to our country in a way that we never had to, because we just got it when we were born here. But they went through the process, and it was so moving. And I really wanted to convey that to my students in this lesson. So the basic idea of this lesson is to get them to think about what citizenship actually means. What are the important components of it? And another thing that factored into this was in the James Madison program, I was attending classes in DC 2 summers ago, and in a conversation with one of the professors, he talked about American citizenship. He talks about how you can't really become German. Like, you're just German. You're born there. The idea of becoming American is a thing that you can become. We're tied to an idea. I mean, obviously the land, language, kind of, not so much. Bloodline, not necessarily. But it's the idea that makes us Americans. So I created a lesson that leans into that idea. I should probably go through some of this stuff. So the goal is to have students to think about the immigration naturalization test as a measurement of that commitment to the American idea. When I had previously thought about the test before, it was a memorization test. It's like, where's the real meaning of this? But after seeing that ceremony at Brown versus Board and watching that process, it really made me think about the commitment that is measured to this, that the promise that those people make when they take that oath, it's just like super moving. All right. So what I have students do, I'll skip to some of this stuff because I know you guys we're all a little behind and I got to go pick up a kid. So just talking about what students do in this, I have them look at excerpts from old law to see how immigration law restricted naturalization. And this exposes some of the concerns in the past that are uncomfortable for us to talk about history, but I think it's really important for those conversations to happen with students. Then I have them look at excerpts from a number of different presidents Washington, Obama, and Reagan, to say what they had to say about citizenship. And the idea here is, what could they pull from those ideas to see is measured by the citizenship exam? And I really liked what President Reagan said on here. So Reagan, in one of his last speeches, said, "Since this is the last speech that I will give as a president, I think it is fitting to leave one final thought, an observation about a country which I love. It was stated best in a letter I received not long ago. A man wrote to me and said, 'You can go live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or a Japanese. But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American.'" I think that's super powerful. So I had students think about questions on the exam, questions like these, and figure out, what does this measure? Is it just knowledge, or is it a commitment to that American idea? This is really what I tried to lean into with that lesson. And then Nate has been leading us through the change in the Kansas State assessment. And one of the really great parts about that is that it's classroom-based, so classroom teachers can use something that is meaningful to the students and that they can have the students work on over time and grow as historical thinkers. It's an awesome new assessment. And that students could use this as a way to participate in that assessment. The idea that we're getting students to work on these really important skills, and I leaned into that as well with this. Okay, challenges. I'm trying to think about what I was going to say for these parts. So I haven't actually taught this lesson yet. This lesson was created over the past summer when I found out about the competition, in part because I wanted to show Gilder Lehrman how they've helped me grow as a professional. I attended a professional development from them back in 2016, and it really profoundly impacted the way I teach. Plus, I'm a nerd, and I just enjoy thinking about teaching history. It's weird for me to spend time in the summer doing this, but I guess that's just who I am. And I believe that this was also an opportunity for me to affect students outside of my own classroom. Like, I know that I only have a certain number of students in my class. That's kind of where my impact is. By having them take this lesson and put it online for everyone to see, I can have a bigger impact than just who I reach directly. That's my thought. Were there questions for me?
Actually, it's a statement and a compliment. You are the epitome of what we consider a quality teacher. I've always looked at history as memorizing things that I forget. You know them long enough to pass the test, and then you forget all about them. Here, you are bringing a value to history. You're actually challenging students to think about what it is to be an American. And that's something that we take for granted. We take rights, voting. Oh, well, I will. Oh, it's raining. You are bringing back the quality, and I love that, and I compliment you for that. Taking history and making it meaningful, not about just the past, but you also are teaching them about the present and the future. So for that, I applaud you.
Thank you very much. Well, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That does speak to what I try to do, and that the getting kids to think and engage in that. And again, your cell phone policy is really helping with that.
So appreciate those words on that. Dennis has a comment or a question.
Well, thank you, Thomas. History is just a personal passion of mine, too, and I love reading about it. Just curious, is there a book in your history that really turned you on to history early on?
I think what turned me on to history was my teachers. Okay. I had some amazing teachers. I honestly wanted to be a social studies teacher. I mean, a science teacher first, because they get to do all the cool experiments and stuff. Right. But then in high school, I had some history teachers that showed me the importance of history. And that has steered pretty much everything that I do, that whether or not it was my high school teachers or my college professor, Dr. O'Brien, or even the teachers that I'm now having through Ashland University or the ones that I had in D.C. I think it's teachers that have influenced me more than just the books. A book that I'm really excited about reading is Daniel Allen's book, Our Declaration. I've heard it speak a couple times. This is a book that you need to look into. Okay. It's talking about the ownership of that American idea. It's like making the past relevant to today. Heard her speak a couple times.
Nice.
Okay, we've had Megan was here last month. We've got some real expertise right here in Kansas. What can we put on the agenda for 2026 to really make it powerful for history, government, civics? Because we're going to be celebrating as a nation.
As far as
What would you, how would you help us do that?
well, I think the PD series that we're leading around the state right now is doing a really good job of leaning into America 250 and talking about how we can support teachers in that. Once again, Nate doing an awesome job helping elevate
So we need
social
to hear
studies.
before the board to hear more about that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your many accomplishments, and thank you so much for teaching. Dennis kind of tiptoed into my question, so I'll try to find a different way to ask this because I really wanted to focus on civic engagement and what that looks like for your students. I don't know if you have advice for other teachers on what maybe they can be doing to make this whole field more interesting when we think about social studies and just what it means to be an American. What can you give us a little bit more about what kinds of conversations are you having with students and what do you want them? I hear you on the cell phones, maybe put away the cell phones, but how do you get that engagement from them and then get them to turn around in their community too?
Really, I think it comes from the making it relevant. So history has sort of a reputation of how it's taught and how it's assessed, and that's very much memorization of things. But showing students that what we're talking about in the past is relevant can, I think, inspire them to want to get engaged. If they can see how Americans in the past became civically engaged, what motivated them to do what they did, maybe they can see those qualities in themselves. Mm-hmm. I think that's how I hope I spur civic engagement.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Very nice. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Thomas, for just being you. And I am so honored to be able to look and see the people that are here supporting you, because I've known you as an educator for many, many, many years. What you all may not know is Thomas teaches at Hope Street Academy, and it is a school for students who are choosing an alternative way to get their high school education. With all the things you heard about him as a professional, he probably could have selected another district, a more high-profile school, but yet he's chosen year after year to stay with those students and set them off for life in the best way possible. So personally, I applaud you for that. But then everybody else who's here, his principal, Miss Nicole Johnson, is here. That's my girl. For many, many, many years, she helped raise my daughter, who has almost done with her doctorate degree. Can you believe it? But Nicole would call me when my daughter's acting up, say, you need to come over here. She'd say, I already took care of it. And one day she said, I called my mom and had her talk to Aji so she won't cut up anymore. So, and apparently it worked. But then Dr. Anderson, and I'm telling you, she has to be one of the most phenomenal leaders, not just in Kansas, but in the entire United States. So I'm saying all that just to say people want to criticize public education in Kansas and around the country, and even public teachers. But when you have a model like this in a high needs school district with a teacher working with students who most of the time get whatever's left of the hires, but someone who's committed to being there to work with them, phenomenal leader in that building, extremely phenomenal leader in the district. I think that speaks to what public education probably looks like 85% of the time. So if you want to see good public education services, come to Topeka Public Schools. I serve all the kids in Kansas, but I am 100% biased toward my family here at Topeka Public Schools. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks for being the nerd you are.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes my students get annoyed by it, but
it's
awesome. Nate, come up, join Thomas, because I think this is true for both of you. So what you don't know is literally at lunch today, Nate and I were having a conversation about some other things, but I said, you know what I think, and you two are examples of this, and so was Megan, right? These people that we're bringing forward. I said, it was so hard when I was teaching that social studies, American history. People would say, well, you're just a coach, because I did coach also. And I said to Nate today, what I really appreciate is that you're elevating the social studies profession.
Yes.
Remind the state board All right. Who have you brought in front of us the last 2 months? Tell again that not second and third in what? The nation.
That's right.
From Kansas.
First and third, right?
Right?
Second and third.
Second and third.
Second and third
Okay.
in the nation.
In the nation. And what did you tell me today about civic engagement? You don't have to give the quote.
But no, I don't want to give the quote.
No, the quote. We won't give the quote, but tell.
Yeah,
tell
this
the
is
board.
on. I want to make sure I don't have a hot mic. So there's a competition that's going on right now built around the 250th.
Okay.
It's the Civic Star Challenge, and it's going on. It's inclusive of iCivics, of the Bill of Rights Institute, of the Jack Miller Center, all these different organizations that are involved in civics that want to promote the 250th around the nation. And so what they've all done, no matter of their party politics, whatever it is, they've all come together and they said, we want to see what teachers and students are doing in the classroom. And so they've set out this challenge for everybody, for every kid in the nation. And they've said, show us what you've got. And there are 2 states leading the nation right now. 2. New York and Kansas.
Woo, come on.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better. And I was talking to the CEO of the Bill of Rights Institute one evening last week, and he said, yeah, that's great. New York is leading. You're right, in raw numbers. But per capita, nobody is even coming close to what Kansas is doing. That's not the exact quote.
And just to go further, we were talking about this part too. When I went out in 2015 and 16 and went out again in 2021, we said to Kansans, what do you want in your education? They told us academics, a lot of things. But they said, we want young people to learn to be in service of the communities of which they live in Kansas and give back to those communities in whatever way they choose to do so. We want them to be civically engaged. And I think that's a testament to both of you and all the teachers of history and government and social studies in Kansas. And just thank you. You know, oftentimes too, what you don't hear is the social studies assessment, because it's a teacher-based embedded assessment.
Okay.
It's not a multiple choice test. It's unique, designed by Kansas teachers for Kansas, and allowed to do that because there's not the federal oversight. We can do that in the state of Kansas. So I just wanted the board to understand what's going on in social studies in our state, and it's seen on a national level. So thank you, both of you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I wanted to say, you know, we talk about professional development all the time, but something Thomas said made me realize it's really personal development. What we're talking about is people that are personally developing themselves in their roles. And you've obviously shown how you have expanded that beyond what I would have understood it to be. So it was really great hearing that from you and what you have done, especially right here in your own town with the Brown v. Board, you know, going and doing that. And I've been in there and I can picture what you're saying. So I would love to find out when they have another one and be a part of that and just to be able to watch that. So thank you for sharing that with us. Appreciate it. So thank you very much. I think we have all of our comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was great fun. I think are we good? I don't think we don't need a break, right? We should be able to finish pretty. So we are going to have Vice Chair Zek's going to read a executive session motion. We are going into executive session to go over evaluations. So probably just a 30-minute should be completely enough, would be my hope. So Danny is going to read.
I move that the Board of Education go into executive session for the following purposes: to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel, and the executive session will last no longer than 30 minutes, and no action will be taken during this executive session. The following persons are invited to join the executive session, just the board.
Yes, the 10 board members, yes.
Yep, the 10 board members. And you want to go in.
And there will be no action after executive session either.
And we will go in at, you want to just go in at 5 o'clock in case anybody has to.
Sure.
We'll go starting time will be 5 p.m. and the ending time will be 5:30.
Okay. We will take a, oh, second, sorry. Dennis, all in favor? And I don't know if I was clear for the public, the evaluations of our board secretary, our board attorney, and the commissioner that were done. Okay?
Dennis, North Star Steakhouse at 6. Are you in or out?
Okay, we are back after executive session. As we stated, there is no action, so we will now recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.